Here we go. So we are already at our last session of Module 6 on the law and economics of abuse of dominance. For this last session, we have the honor to receive again this week Raphaël de Koning, who is head of Charles River Associate at the Brussels office. He will continue his session of last Friday. So if you have questions, it's good to ask him now. Raphaël advises clients in competition matters in front of the European Commission and national authorities, as well as in litigation and arbitration. For his work, he is recognized as one of Europe's top competition economists. And then we will have the session at 3 p.m. with Robert Odonoghue, one of the bar foremost names in competition practice at Briggs Court Chambers, so in the UK. Robert acts across the full spectrum of competition law matters, including appeals against decision of competition authorities, business-to-business private actions, follow-on damage actions, and claims for interim injunctions. His practice comprises domestic cases before the European Commission, the European courts, and proceedings before competition authorities and national level, both within and outside the EU. So please open your microphone to ask questions, raise your hands. We will try to do 2 breaks, so one at 3 p.m. after Raphaël sessions, and then the second one at 30 past 4. So thank you all for being here with us today. We know it's Friday afternoon, so almost the weekend, so please be focused. Raphaël, I will let you start. Enough with the talking for me. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So we'll continue from where we left it last week. Of course, don't hesitate to ask questions as they arise. And I'll be talking until 1:30. From 1:30 to 3. Sorry, 1:30 to 3. So last time we talked about the concept of dominance, the notion of abuse. We covered the exploitative abuse, and we introduced the notion of exclusionary abuses and the question of price-cost test. So we can jump to slide 52. So a word about predatory pricing, and we've already, alluded to that already to some extent in the previous discussion. So just to remind everybody of the concept, the notion of an abuse of dominance consisting in predatory pricing is a situation in which you have a dominant firm that prices at a very low level with the purpose of foreclosing its competitors, so that is driving them out of the market or really weakening them in a way that makes the consumers worse off in the end consumer worse off as a product. And of course, there is some tension, as I mentioned before, because the first order effect of a dominant company decreasing prices is to benefit consumers that have access to those lower prices. So to build a theory of harm in which consumers are harmed, you need a second period in which you have the dominant firm having been able to drive out competitors out of the market, being able to then increase prices, right? And this needs to be a realistic prospect. This second step, increase of prices, recoupment. Otherwise, it's not very credible that a dominant company would decrease prices to drive competitors if it could not, in a second stage, recoup the money that it hasn't made by having lower prices. So the sacrifice that it did in the first step. So what should we think about when we talk about predatory pricing? I think it's not such an easy theory of harm as it may seem. I mean, I think it's quite intuitive, and it has a long history in antitrust. But you need to have a theory of harm in which it is realistic that once you have the dominant company having driven out its competitors from the market, these or others will not just re-enter once prices are back up, right? So what are the theories here that we should consider? Well, there could be a reason actually why this would be the case. One of which falls under financial predation theory, and I mean all theories in which you have this realistic prospect of driving competitors out and them not re-entering, or at least having some prospect for recoupment in the second period, relies on some asymmetry of information. And one of them is this one, which is the fact that the companies that may challenge the incumbent rely on some financial sources. So of course they have to have access to loans and capital investment, and those will happen, of course, under imperfect information. The investors or the banks that would loan or invest in a company that would challenge an incumbent don't have perfect information about the market. And so if they see that the challenger, the small company, is actually making losses because the prices are not so high in the market, those may infer that actually this is not a profitable market to invest in the first place. So they would not extend further financing for re-entry of companies, even if prices go up in a second stage, right? So this theory relies on the fact that the information on the financement of the challenging company is imperfect, and by engaging in predation, the incumbent can give a signal that this is not a profitable market to invest in. And so this is one possible theory of predation. There are others. Of course, you could have an asymmetry of information about the costs of the incumbent firm. So the incumbent firm, by going through predation, that means by having very aggressive prices to drive the challenging firm out of the market, may be signaling that it has very low costs, which may be true or may not be true. But of course, if it does so, it tells everybody else and challengers that it's not a good idea to come on its market because it has low cost. You will be able to compete and drive them out, right? So that's here the asymmetry of information is between the incumbent firm and the challengers, regarding to the incumbent firm's costs. This is not necessarily exhaustive, but it's just the point I want to make is we cannot just say, okay, I have a dominant firm, it prices very low, I do my price cost test, this is predation. No, we need to have a story, a theory of harm that says, well, we have a dominant firm, we see prices at very low levels, below what you would expect in a price cost test, so below the average variable cost or below the average incremental cost that we talked about last week. That is not enough from an economic point of view. We need to say, okay, why does the dominant firm do that? Is it really to drive competitor out of the market? Does it actually benefit from doing that? And it would do so if it is able after to recoup its investment, because this will send a strong signal in the market that it should not be challenged. Right? So that's the key point on predation. I mean, in practice, price cost tests are very, very relevant for that, right? And we talked about that last time. If the dominant company prices above the average total cost in the case of a single product firm, or above the long run average incremental cost, meaning removing the common cost in the case of multi-product firm, one should really not be worried about predation, and it's much more an issue when prices are below average variable cost or average incremental cost, if there are some fixed costs that can be avoided if a certain production is not conducted. Because a firm, profit maximizing firm, would not normally price under those levels, at a level which is under those variable cost or average incremental cost. Right. So that's the, I think, the key to think about in terms of predation. Of course, the notion here is not an absolute one, and I think, you know, this is the simplest way to predation, simplest type of abuse to think about the application of the price cost test. And, you know, as I'm sure you have heard last time, but also in the previous session, the price cost tests are not a perfect measure. They're a tool that help inform the assessment. So it could be that in very specific circumstances, you have a price that's below your variable cost, but there's a good reason for it. That has nothing to do with the desire to exclude a competitor, right, and profit from its exclusion afterwards. It could be just, for example, because there is learning by doing. It could be some ex post pricing realization that actually you're not profitable enough. There are many. It could be a multi-sided market in which you price less on one side of the market because there is more money that's coming in from the other side, and that's needed to take the benefit of network effects in platforms. So there are many potential economic reasons, but the principle is normally we don't see firms pricing below variable cost. And so if it does, well, you know, we should wonder why and what's the underlying reason for that, and whether that reason is predation, driving competitors out of the market to benefit afterwards from it, or whether there's some other explanation. Now, at the same time, you can have a firm that prices above average variable cost and or average incremental cost, and it's not, and it could still be problematic from a competition perspective. Well, why is that? Well, we know that, you know, there's nothing necessarily suspicious about a firm not recovering all its fixed cost when fixing its price. It has to decide how it recuperates those fixed costs through different products, and in any case, if they've been spent already, they wouldn't be avoided if sales were not made. So in principle, a profit maximizing firm without any consideration of anti-competitive conduct may price the level that is above a variable cost but below total cost. Now, can that be problematic from a competition perspective? Yes, it can, because what this means is that a firm that has not yet entered the market wouldn't find it profitable, because that firm wouldn't have already spent the investment needed to enter the market, those fixed costs and sunk costs, which mean that it wouldn't make enough money to recuperate its investment, taking those into account if it were to match what the dominant firm does. So prices that is between variable cost and total cost could make sense for a dominant firm, independently of any anti-competitive motive. But at the same time, it may also discourage entry by competitors that would be just as efficient than the dominant firm, with the only difference that they have not yet incurred the fixed costs. So this has to be looked, of course, on a case-by-case basis. But the main threshold, variable cost, total cost, and slight variations I talked about before are good benchmarks, at least to start thinking about those issues of predation. Right, and maybe the last word of caution with respect to price cost test is sometimes they're described as having a knife edge property, meaning that you are either above or below because you're comparing prices with costs in doing so. And we know that if you have perfect competition, you're exactly at your price equals margin cost. So you have any measurement error there, it could make you fall on one side or the other. That's why it cannot be an absolute test, but just a general guidance. You also have to see by how much you pass it or not when you do such an assessment. Okay, so I think that's what I wanted to cover on predatory pricing. I will talk about exclusive dealing and loyalty rebates next, still as part of a list of exclusionary practices. But before, maybe I stop there to see if there's any question on what I just covered.
Professor, I have a question. I would like to know, in the digital markets, usually for the platform, they would like to use the predatory pricing strategy to exclude the competitor. But how to calculate the cost for the platform? Are they just owning the fixed cost, or do they have any variable cost? I'm very confused about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think that if you are in the digital world, it's very complex to apply a price cost test, and doesn't really work very well. And the reason for that is that you're in a world in which you have a lot of interconnected markets, meaning that you'll have it is very artificial to focus on just one element of a broader portfolio that is offered by a digital company, because well, the strategy actually of digital companies are very much interlinked between the different markets. So you can really see a logic for pricing, and in many instances zero pricing by digital companies, but overall they're still very profitable, right? So it's not that that they're making generally predation. It's just that they are very flexible in how they monetize their services and their investment, taking into account, well, how to gain customers, what customers are willing to pay for, what are they less willing to pay for, what are the network effects at play, which means that there are a lot of reasons for not looking at it at very narrow levels. And then when you look at broader levels, yes, of course you can, but they are necessarily profitable. So I think one has to be very careful in applying predation in the digital world. Explaining, especially since a lot of the business model in the digital world are to have zero prices, and that's including, of course, the freemium model, where the zero prices are offered as a way for many services to get exposure to new products, and then of course consumers, once they have learned about the product, know the product, may be willing to pay more for additional services, and that makes the application of such tests in that context a bit difficult. Okay, so then I will cover loyalty rebates, which I suppose you already covered to some extent last week with Professor Bellis from the more legal perspective.
Rafael, I have a question here, please.
Yes.
Does the undertaking need to have market power to practice the predatory pricing? I mean, could a small company practice the predatory pricing?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So if we think about, I mean, there are two questions, right? There's the the legal aspect and the more economic aspect. So from a legal perspective, of course, to have in Europe abuse of dominance, you have to have dominance, and so the little company wouldn't be in, the smaller company would not necessarily typically be in that position of dominance. So that's for the legal position in Europe. But one has to think a little bit about the, and of course you have separate laws for that are typically national on below cost pricing, right? So that varies according to countries. But if we focus on predation, abuse of dominance, so in principle only for dominant companies. Why is that? Well, we talked before that dominance can be used as a screen. So if you don't have, if you were going to really look at the practice of any firm in the world, then you're likely to make a lot of, first it could be very heavy, but you're more likely to make mistakes, and those mistakes may be costly, because most often when you would have predator, where you would have below cost prices by a smaller firm, it wouldn't be really a worry from a pure competition point of view, or in many cases it may not be problematic. So you're likely to make a lot of false positive that way. Now, I suppose you also remember the first class you had with Professor Kovacic, and you learned you heard a little bit, of course, the difference between the US, where they have this monopolization framework, and in theory you could think indeed that maybe you're intervening too late if you allow a firm that is not yet dominant to become dominant via predation, right? And that's exactly what the framework is why the framework is in that way in the US, right? So so to respond to your question, this is typically not covered under abuse of dominance if it's in Europe. But you could imagine situations where actually it would make sense to do it, and that would be situations where this smaller firm is not yet dominant, but uses dominance as a way to get to a monopoly position. Typically not covered in Europe, but of course you could think of potentially different ways to address this problem. Maybe this smaller firm is dominant in smaller markets, and the European Commission can be quite creative in the way it defines market to catch potentially situations in that context. You could have also ex post intervention for exploitative abuse once, as a way to remedy the lack of intervention for those situations. And actually that was one of the potential justifications that was put forward for the use of exploitative abuses. And then, but of course that often comes too late, so that's not ideal. Then you have to think about, regulation, and in the digital world, this is actually the type of things that you are seeing, in particular with regulation in Germany to allow intervention before a firm becomes dominant, if it's a firm that is clearly has a very important role in the market, and you can think that if you let the conduct go on, it could reach a status of dominance, and that can be also a useful tool in specific situations. I mean, we can think, if you think about the digital world, you can think of conduct, and this is not limited to predation, of course, but you can think of conduct by some digital platforms that have monopolized some spaces. So in particular, you can think about what has happened with operating systems in mobile phones, where you had the decision by the Commission in the Google case, Android, and that was in a specific setting, but you could see the same type of playbook being played outside of mobile phones. For example, what's the next frontier? Next frontier is cars, where you have more and more data being put in, and operating systems becoming key. Do you want to wait for intervention until the same things happens as with phones, where Google really achieves a very strong position, or do you want to intervene before? So those are, of course, very important questions and very topical questions nowadays. Okay, so then I think I can talk more about rebates now. So what am I going to say about rebates? I mean, well, there's one first point which is important, which is that traditionally in the case law there has been a relatively form-based approach to rebates, with courts finding that if rebates are retroactive, this is bad. One should not allow this. And what actually we know from economics is that this is not the case. Rebates are actually quite good for consumers, and it is only in very specific situations where they would foreclose competition that they are bad. And again, the very difficult situation that we have is that, well, if a dominant firm offers rebates, it's obviously not good for its competitors, but it's at least as a first effect, it's good for its consumers. And it's good for its consumers not only because it's a lower price, but when we are thinking about exclusive dealing, so that means a firm offering better conditions to its customer if the customer buys only from that firm, or more than a certain percentage of its needs from that firm. That also means that this really intensifies competition. Now, this may not necessarily be intuitive, but we have a number of cases that we can talk about here that are well known in the case law. Let's take Coca-Cola, which offers rebates to some customers, for example, restaurants or cafe, if it buys only from them and not from Pepsi, right? This would be a classical example of exclusive dealing. So if the restaurant buys only from Coca-Cola, not from Pepsi, then they get a better deal, they get a better price. Is that good or bad? Well, I think first order effect, it's good, because it really puts Pepsi and Coke in competition, right? In that example, to be the exclusive supplier of that restaurant. And because there is more at stake, the entire supply of the restaurant rather than the restaurant carrying both brands, that means that the competition to win that space is more intense, right? And that's the first effect of exclusive dealing at the customer level. Now, key question, and why this is a competition issue, is that if you do exclusive dealing to a very large extent, you may not allow competitors to be thriving on the market, right? So there's a question of degree. Do you do it, for a certain number of customers, or do you do it like across the market? If you do it across the market, are competitors able to replicate that and to compete with you on that? And we'll see there's some situations in which that may not be the case, and that's where you would have more of a competition problem, because in those cases, exclusive dealing may drive the competitors out of the market. But if you're thinking about Coca and Pepsi. If Coca offers exclusivity to a restaurant, Pepsi could do just the same. It won't drive Pepsi out of the market per se. That's not a competition problem, right? That's the point. I mean, same that's the same starting point from Intel. I'll talk more about that. There are some classic cases about ice cream and fridges. So if the supplier of certain ice creams offer a fridge to a store, but requires the store owner to only place the ice cream from that brand in the fridge, and no competing ice cream in the fridge that it provided to the store, that's the same type of question. It's just not a price, rebate that is offered for exclusivity, but in a way, it's an advantage getting a fridge without rent for the store owner, which is what is provided, an advantage that's provided on the condition of exclusivity. Here, the exclusivity is no competitors present in that fridge that is provided. Same questions about rebates in Michelin for the tires, that rebates that Michelin was providing. Okay, so we have talked about that. So why does it intensify competition? Why does exclusive dealing intensify competition? Well, as I said in my Coke example, this is you're competing for the entire demand of a customer, right? So it's more at stake. So you have a strong interest in competing strongly for it. That's one point. There is also another slightly more subtle point, which is that it makes, by competing for the entire needs of a customer exclusivity somehow makes the two products less differentiated. So in the case of Coca-Cola and Pepsi that I was giving before, if you're thinking about a situation in which here I have a restaurant or a concert hall serving potentially both, it's true that the end consumers who would visit the concert may have a preference for Coke or for Pepsi, right? And so those would be technically consumers with a strong preference for which Coke or Pepsi could somehow justify getting more of a margin because there's less intense competition, since there is a strong preference from a subset of consumers for one or the other. But at the concert level, at the larger level, if you have a tender for the entire need of the concert hall, it doesn't really matter that some specific consumers would have a preference for Coke or Pepsi. They are somehow the two more indistinguishable, at least from the perspective of the concert hall, supposing that the preferences are more or less similar across end consumers, to simplify the example. So in a way, this can also reduce some of the power that the supplier has due to some specific preferences. So that's the example I have here. I think I have also another one about Michelin and the tires, but that's the same concept. Okay, so key point really is when thinking about whether the conduct is anti-competitive or not, is whether the competitors of the dominant firm can replicate what the dominant firm is doing, right? So if you're providing exclusivity to a customer, is the smaller competitor able to do so? Well, that depends on specifics of the market. It could be that a customer needs to have at least a certain percentage of its needs supplied by the dominant firm because the product are differentiated. They themselves have a strong demand for a particular type of product, in which case, the competitor could not replicate the offer entirely, at least of the dominant firm. But in more simple cases where you're talking about smaller customers and a dominant firm offering exclusivity, or demanding exclusivity for certain rebates or advantages. If the competitor can do exactly the same and still be, profitable by doing so, there is no problem. I mean, that's just competition. That's an important point. Here I have an example, where a Dutch example, which is from the Netherlands. I say recently here, but it's now already a few years ago, where you had exclusivity being used by a firm providing bull sperm to farmers in the Netherlands, which is a funny example, of course. And the authority in the Netherlands considered that was anti-competitive, and the court said that, well, no, because those farmers, they're not that big. You don't have to look at the price, at the level of each additional cow. If you apply the rebate, make it that's not how you have to look at it. You have to look at, well, competitors offer the same, and of course farmers are very small. No problem for any competitors to do the same type of exclusivity requirement. Okay, so that's the first point that I wanted to make about exclusivity and loyalty rebates. In the end, loyalty rebates are just a form of rewarding exclusivity or quasi-exclusivity, just more loyal relationship between a supplier and a customer. And now we can talk about why there could be a problem, right? So when there could be a problem. And clearly the issue is if we are in a situation that competitors cannot profitably replicate what the dominant firm does, even if they are as efficient as the dominant firm. So if you have competitors that are not particularly efficient, you shouldn't really be worried if they're not really able to compete strongly, at least as a first effect, because the competition law is not here to protect the competitors that are less efficient. But it could also very well be that in some instances, because of the rebates, a competitor that is just as efficient as the dominant firm could not compete with loyalty rebates. And why is that? Well, it is in circumstances where the dominant firm has a certain advantage, which means that its demand is essential for customers. So let's look at an example. So we have here on the y-axis we have expenditure, and on the x-axis we have quantity, and we see the amount that is paid, which is linear up to a point, and then you have a retroactive rebates, which is given when a certain threshold is given, which is Q star, right? So the total expenditure decreases by the amount of the retroactive rebate once you reach that threshold Q star. Now, this is an example of retroactive rebates, and what you would see is that actually the customer would pay exactly the same amount whether it gets Q prime or Q star, meaning that the marginal price of any unit between Q prime and Q star is 0. So if a customer buys Q prime, any of the additional units it would buy would be at a price of 0, because as long as it buys at least Q prime, Q star, sorry, at least as long as it buys at least Q star. And some of the cases are based on that idea that says, well, look, because of your retroactive rebate, the price is actually 0 on those additional units. How can a competitor compete with that? And there is something that is right with that and something that is wrong with that. So what is right with that is that, of course, when we think about competition, we need to think about whether a competitor that is as efficient as the dominant firm can profitably, sell at to match the prices of the dominant firm. So that is the correct part. The second part, however, is that whether the competing firm can compete to serve those units depends actually how much the dominant the non-dominant firm can supply of the customer need, right? So the problem is indeed if the non-dominant firm can only supply a small share of the needs of the customer, because then we are exactly, at the level of those units that would be sold at zero price. But if a competitor can serve, on the other hand, all of the demand of a customer, then it doesn't make sense to look only at the price for those marginal units, but one would need to look at for all the units that the dominant firm sells to this customer. Can the challenging firm do the same? And if it does, then there is no problem even with that type of rebate. So the key question then is how much of the demand of the customer can the non-dominant firm supply? So it could be that it can supply all of it, and then by definition, if it's as efficient as the dominant firm, it could replicate what the dominant firm does. There is no problem. It could be that it can only supply a share of it. Why? Maybe the customer is very large and the new firm is not as big. I mean, that's not so common. It's much more likely to be a situation where the product of the dominant firm is somehow a must-have product, and so the customer need to have at least part of their supply served by the dominant firm. So if you're in a situation in which the customer's absolute need at least Q prime from being served by the dominant firm because the product is a bit different and its own customers want it, then indeed this is something that another firm cannot compete for, and it's left to competing with the units at zero price, and that's not going to work, right? So the key question is, what's the share of the supply of the customer that the non-dominant firm can serve, and that's the contestable share, right? And so I'm going to talk just briefly about how you apply the as efficient competitive test in this context. I mean, it's quite simple. So it's the same as the as efficient competitive test, the price cost test we talked about before. The only difference with a simpler example of predation is here that you apply the rebates on the share of the supply that the non-dominant firm can in theory supply, so the contestable share, to calculate an effective price. So the effective price is a price that matches what the dominant firm is offering, but considering that the retroactive rebate is applied on only the share of the market that is contestable. So if you have 100 units and there are 20 that are non-contestable, and you provide a rebate of 100, then when you calculate what's the effective price after you apply the rebate, you consider that the rebate is applied, the 100 applies to 80 units and not to the 100 units to calculate your effective price. So that's at least for the theory, and I'm sure you talked last week about the General Court decision in Intel. Maybe I say a few general words about this now. So talk about the Intel is a bit of a saga since the decision was taken in 2009. We had a very, very useful decision by the Court of Justice in 2017, who really affirmed the principles that I'm talking about today, which is that rebates are not, per se anti-competitive, and actually, one should look at whether they are capable of foreclosing as efficient competitors in a way. And to do that, you really need to look at effects on the market, taking into account all the considerations, including, how broad the practice is, what type of market shares you have, etc., to know whether you really have foreclosure of as efficient competitors. Now, the General Court then looked back in more details in the application of the IECT by the Commission, and found that the Commission's job, wasn't good enough. So that's very interesting for a court, of course, to go that much in detail and challenge the Commission on those things, which has, of course, I think personally a positive element, because it holds the Commission to a higher standard for doing its analysis. There's one point, however, which is a bit difficult, is that the court considered that the Commission didn't do a good job enough in showing what is the non-contestable share of the market, and so rejected the way the Commission calculated the as efficient competitor test. And it's something that's actually very hard to do, right? It's not that you can go and look into the accounts and say, okay, this is the contestable share of the market, and that's probably an area in which we may need to think about how this is done, because the Commission will be reluctant to go this route, because it will think, okay, I'm never going to be able to defend what is the contestable share of the market with that level of review and requirement. I mean, of course, one has to think about it from the position of the dominant firm. If the dominant firm has to decide whether what it wants to do is anti-competitive or not, it has to be able to think about what could be a reasonable non-contestable share to take into account. And of course, that's where the difficulty is. And so this is not yet settled. Let's see what the appeal of the judgment will be on that point, but it's of course very, very topical question. Okay, so I think, yeah, so more generally, I very much recommend you guys looking at the guidance paper from 2009 of the European Commission, because it sets up the framework very well if you want to go further into the details. But general point about thinking about effects is, it's more than just an as efficient competitor test. It's really thinking about foreclosure of competitor in a way that harms consumers. And for that to happen, it shouldn't be a certain practice that is limited to limited number of customers. You need really to think about what are the effects. Why would a competitor not be able to compete? And the difficulty is that providing rebates and enhancing loyalty between consumers and suppliers can increase competition. So when do you have problems? You have problems if the competitors cannot replicate. It relates to a large part of the market, and also particularly if you're in a situation where you need to have access to quite a large part of the market to be able to be efficient. So typically it would be more the case in industries in which you have high economies of scale, because there, if you are somehow artificially kept a bit smaller, that really hampers your ability to compete, because if you are not able to reach a certain size, that will also affect your cost, right? So because you don't benefit from economies of scale. So that's of course a situation in which one may be more looking more closely at the effect of the rebates when you have such strong economies of scale. Okay, I think yeah, and so yeah, yeah. So we talked about. I mean, Intel was really an example of that by the Commission, trying to really show that. And the difficulty there was that because of the previous case law, the Commission was very much saying, well, we don't need to do all this, but we'll do it anyway. And that's something that, of course, the General Court now didn't like. And I think that was the result of, the divergences at the time at the Commission between the views of the economists that wanted to really, look at the effects by analyzing the by conducting a sufficient competitor test, and the legal service of the Commission, which at the time was saying, well, we don't need to do all that because we have the case law on our side, which is very formalistic, and we don't do that. And so the court, of course, said, well, if you all do it, and if the parties do it, then this is something that is relevant for the assessment. Okay, so there's the last point about exclusive dealing, which is what one should keep in mind is efficiencies. The first one is different that I made from efficiency. It's really the intensity of competition once you are competing for an exclusive for exclusivity at the customer level. This one is a bit different. It's really, why do you have efficiencies coming from exclusivity? Well, once you're exclusive, you somehow can avoid situations of free riding, in particular when you have to do, or when you, as a supplier, do a specific investment relating to your customer. So there are some, number of examples, but I'll just give a hypothetical one here, which is, if you sell, for example, mountain equipment, and you have there are stores, and you want to supply those stores with your equipment as a supplier, and to do so better, you invest in some installations to show how you can climb with those equipment. So there is there's investment that is made by the supplier that's valuable if it's in the store. If you put it in the store, it's great for your products, but if all your competitors' product in that store can also be used on that with that equipment, your interest of doing so as a supplier is much less, because you bear the costs of the installation. You have only part of the benefits, and your competitors, free ride on those benefits. While on the contrary, if you can, somehow ensure that you have exclusivity in that stores, that means that your competitors won't be free riding on your investment, and so you're more incentivized to do this investment because you will benefit more from it. So that's something that you can do by having some exclusive relationship. And there are many investments of those types, and those are the rationale for exclusivity when you have those investments. I mean, if Coca-Cola with the fountain dispensers, Michelin with the various investments, the ice cream case with the with the fridges are other examples. And I've talked about here the Intel judgment. Yes, the ECJ case is very neat, a case of principle. So if you want to read some nice paragraphs, you have them there, and they essentially really emphasize the importance of analyzing conduct in a way that looks at whether the conduct at stake prevents a sufficient competitor to compete. So that's a very strong point that is made about competition law not being there to protect competitors, but really thinking about effects and foreclosure of sufficient competitors, because that is what could mostly harm consumers. Of course, you've had some critics of this strong endorsement by the court of the sufficient competitor test. One is that it could lead to type 1 and type 2 errors. That's what we discussed, right? That you can be above or under the threshold and still have or not have a problem. I mean, that's a possibility. There also have been critics that say, well, because you have a conditional rebate, you can, that is conditional on a customer reaching certain thresholds of sales. You can somehow target it better than it's only a price rebate. You have the criticism that is said that, well, I mean, in theory, you could have situations in which you exclude a competitor that is less efficient, and that will somehow still harm consumers. I mean, you could think of an extreme situation in which you really have a monopoly and a second firm. Once you go from 1 to 2 firm, you already have huge impact. And even if that firm is less efficient, and some authors have, of course, proposed to think more about issues here in a raising rivals cost framework. So looking at the margin, does the rebate make it more expensive for competitors to be effective? So those are some of the criticisms that have been raised, which are not unreasonable, but at the same time, I think there are some considerations that justify the use of the as efficient competitor test. One is that, well, the first one is that some of the criticism, especially about type 1 and type 2 errors, applies quite broadly. It's not limited to conditional rebates. So it could be that, the same type of criticisms would apply to the use of the as efficient competitor test in predation, and people still think it's useful in that context. The same, it's the same kind of reasoning that you have in all exclusionary cases, and the as efficient competitor test is one tools that allow you to think about those, and clearly the issues that you can have with exclusion is when you have an incumbent that has some type of advantage over a potential incumbent, and in some way manages to leverage that advantage. And it could be as an advantage that it has already invested so much that it can stay in the market by just covering its variable cost. It could be that its product is really essential for some customers, so it could link that to other sales in a way that reduces the size of competitors, particularly in markets in which economies of scale are huge, or where there are financial constraints. So in terms of thinking about a method that does not necessarily get it 100% right, because we don't have that, there will always be errors, but in terms of trying to minimize errors of intervention, having the as efficient competitive test as a tool contributes, I think, greatly to that in thinking about effects. Yeah, and so of course there's the open question about how workable it is for the Commission to pursue such cases. It cannot show convincingly to a court what the contestable share of the market actually is. So that's the open question, I would say. Okay, so that was for the part on conditional rebates. Maybe I stop here to see if you have questions on that part. Okay, I don't know yet. Is there a chat? No. Okay. Okay, so if not, I will continue and talk about refusal to supply and margin squeeze as another exclusionary abuse. And here, I think if you followed the merger session, this will all look quite familiar, because what we are talking about here is very much the same framework as you had in the merger context, in the vertical mergers, right, in non-horizontal mergers. So we're in a situation where we have a dominant firm upstream that is vertically integrated. That's U1, D1 on my slide. And so you have a downstream competitor, D2. And the question is, well, will that dominant vertically integrated firm refuse to supply the input to the competitor downstream, D2? Or on a variation of that, increase the price of the input as much as it will squeeze this competitor downstream, because it will not be able to cover the cost of the input and compete with a vertically integrated company downstream, right? Just because the price of the input would be too high. So those are two variation of the same conduct, either the refusal to supply or the supplying but increasing the price so much that you squeeze your competitor. Okay, so the framework is indeed very much similar to what you discussed in mergers. So I think it's always good in this context to take as a starting point the one monopoly profit or one monopoly rent theorem from the Chicago School, and then maybe refine that. Of course, traditionally, the position had in antitrust, if you go back before the 70s, was, well, this is type of conduct that is problematic, because you are just driving your competitors out. And then you had the response from the Chicago School which said, wait a minute, does this make a lot of sense? Why would a dominant firm actually do that? And those are very important insights, which are that if you have a dominant firm on the upstream market, in principle, it is able already to extract the market power that is linked with that position of monopoly on the upstream market, the U1 in my previous graph. So what would be the benefit of that dominant company from excluding competitors downstream? Well, a priori, it wouldn't have an interest to do so, because it benefits from having potentially more efficient firms on the complementary good market. And here, just to be clear, when I'm talking about a downstream firm, it's the same whether you consider it as a complement or a downstream firm. So the idea is that, well, if you have a more efficient firm downstream, or for a complement to the good in which I have a monopoly or a dominant position, this actually is good for my monopoly or dominant position, because that will help sell more and increase the demand for the good for which I have a monopoly, from which I can extract all the monopoly rent. So normally a monopolist would have an interest in not excluding the competing firm downstream if that firm is efficient. And it's a very powerful starting point for thinking about such abuses. Now, of course, after that, there's been a lot of economic thinking, a lot of models that have helped think about specific situations in which a monopoly could still have an interest in excluding a downstream competitor. But one should not jump to conclusion that it has. One needs to think about, why would it be the case that that a dominant vertically integrating firm would want to exclude the competitor downstream. So we said, well, in principle, the monopoly firm or dominant firm can extract the rent from the market in which it is dominant. It doesn't need to exclude the firm on the downstream market. Well, that's true, but it's not always true. So when is it not true? What are circumstances in which it may not be true? Well, the first one, maybe it's a simple one, is that well, there may be regulation on the upstream market, and That's very much what we see in the case of telecoms. And we'll discuss a little bit more margin squeeze, but it's not a coincidence that we see cases of margin squeeze being pursued in telecoms, because those markets are subject to quite some regulation. So if the regulation prevents the dominant firm from increasing the price and fully, capturing the rent of its monopoly, it could have an interest in doing so by excluding competitors downstream. There are other theories, and again, I think that's always good to take the starting point about, well, why would the dominant firm still have an interest of excluding competitors downstream? And if it can extract all the monopoly from its monopoly position, and one case, of course, that was developed in the context originally of the Microsoft case is that by excluding competitors at another level, that may actually help protect your monopoly. Why is that? Well, if you think about, those are cases from more than 20 years ago, but Microsoft having a dominant position in the computer space, then you had the browsers, right? Browsers, they're competing with you on browsers, right? So, would you be worried that those browsers, once you have strong competitors there, they expand their offering and they go challenge you on the market in which you have a monopoly, and then of course that would be a disaster for you. And so if you want to avoid that, you may want to intervene before that happens. So excluding competitors in market that are close to the one in which you have a monopoly as a way to protect that market in which you have a monopoly. Of course, it's all very case specific. You have to think about whether it's realistic that you would have sequential entry. But those are very, very powerful explanations about why firms may want to do that, and particularly relevant in the digital space where you have so many interconnected markets. And this is, of course, a real concern, and can be a reason why a lot of the platforms try to expand somehow to occupy the space around where they have actual monopoly power. Could also be, that's the third point, that the monopoly position is not really able to price discriminate and may just monetize better if it manages to exclude downstream competitors. So those are some reasons. They're not exhaustive, of course. But that shows how one should think about developing theories of harm in that context of refusal to supply. So if you think about margin squeeze, well, there are of course some conditions that need to be met in terms of market power and dispensability of the input. And the way it's looked at is whether, of course, the margin that is left once the price of the input is increased is sufficient for a competitor to compete with a dominant firm. So here on the left, I'm in a situation in which I have no margin squeeze. So if you take the price of the input plus the downstream cost, you still have room for a margin, while on the right, if you take the price of the upstream input, so the input that the dominant firm sells to a downstream firm, and you add the downstream cost, here you take the downstream cost of the dominant firm, because that's the firm who has information on whether its conduct, or who has to explore whether its conduct and consider whether its conduct would be anti-competitive or not. And also, if we take the sufficient competitor framework, you want to look at the cost of the dominant firm. So if you add those on the right, you don't have enough room to have a margin. So that means that competitor that's as efficient as the dominant firm wouldn't be able to compete with the dominant firm given the input price that's too high, that's sold by the dominant firm. And so those are the situations in which you have a margin squeeze. And one point that is sometimes made is, well, if you are in margin squeeze is different from predation, because in predation the dominant firm decreases its price to drive the competitor out of the market. Here it's different because the dominant firm does not decrease its price, but increases its input price to the competitors. So there's no profit sacrifice. That's not correct. There's still profit sacrifice, because if a dominant firm does that and drives efficient competitors out of the market, that means that it would sell less. So it will lose by not having competitive asset or efficient firms on the downstream market. So there's still a profit sacrifice under a margin squeeze test. Okay, so what downstream cost do we take? I mean, I explained. I think it makes sense to take the cost of the dominant firm for the downstream cost, because those, this is the as efficient competitor test, sometimes called also equally efficient operator in the telecom world. I mean, you have different standards that have been used. Maybe one potential consideration is that if you take a dynamic view, competitor maybe when it is smaller may not benefit fully from the economies of scale, and so it could be that a competitor that is smaller is not able to compete, even if the dominant firm could, because the dominant firm has lower downstream cost. If the lower downstream cost of the dominant firm are only due to that firm being larger and benefiting from economies of scale, there could still be scope for intervention, in the sense that the non-dominant firm is as efficient as the dominant firm in a dynamic sense when it would reach a certain size. And so if you look at the guidance paper, you will see a footnote that recognizes that there could potentially be still intervention in those cases. But I think general standard is the cost of the downstream firm with a potential consideration about economies of scale in a dynamic setting. Okay, so that's for margin squeeze. Any question before I go to tying bundling? Okay, tying bundling, very much the same framework. You have different products that you sell together. I mean, the definition of tying and bundling are a bit elastic. Sometimes people mention one or the other instinctively. Tying is generally a little bit more referring to things that are only sold together. At least one of them is not sold without the other. And bundling is a little bit more about the commercial, the fact that two products are sold jointly or at more advantageous prices when they are sold jointly, right? But those are not strict definition of tying and bundling. If you are putting two products together, technically making them work only together, usually it's referred as a technical tie. So that would be more tying than bundling. But yeah, so that's the key idea here is, okay, products that are sold together. So why would that be potentially a problem? Well, as I said, you could do pure bundling, mixed bundling if the products are also sold individually. Those are definitions not so important, but okay. So why could this be a problem? Well, the first one is that you see, of course, a lot of products being sold together in many instances, and you have also the definition of what are different products, what are the same products, and there's no clear bright line with that. So we need to think about a theory of harm about why tying or bundling would be problematic. So let's look at some example. Classic one are those nail guns. So the ILTI case, you have you know, classic example, Tetra Pak that was tying the packs to the machine that he was selling. A media player with Windows, and then Windows and Internet Explorer, all examples that you would see in the case law. So what are the theories of harm? The concepts are the same as before. So does that, you know, allow you to leverage your market power from one market to the next, or does that allow you to preserve your market power, preventing entry from one market to the next? So yeah, so question is, first, would that allow you to expand, right? So you have market power in one specific market. Does that allow you to expand in the other one? The same critique as we discussed before applies, right? The one monopoly profit theory, saying that, well, if you have market power in one market already, what's your interest in leveraging that to another market? And in principle, you know, if you have complements, you would have an interest in ensuring that you have the most efficient situation and competitive landscape on the complementary market, where, well, that's what we explain here. We've seen that, and so we need to think about, you know, why tying or bundling could be used to expand on an adjacent market to allow to better monetize and the rent on the monopoly market. And again, we have the same type of stories as before with the in the previous case. So if you have, you know, regulation, for example, in one of the markets, that could be an example in which you would want to leverage. So how do you think? What do you look at? Of course, you need to look at how the tying or the bundling allows or prevents competitors in that adjacent market to compete, right? I mean, it could be that this completely wipes out, you know, competitors in the adjacent market if they're not able to interact with the dominant product anymore, or it could be a very marginal effect. So that's the first question. And then the following questions are really whether, you know, this makes sense for a dominant firm to go through tying and bundling, because there's a cost of doing so, because you have less efficient firm in the adjacent market. How are you going to recoup if, you know, you are planning to increase prices in the second stage? And of course, you have a lot of selling of different products that can be driven by efficiency reasons that the products work better together. So that's from one aspect, right? So you have the second one, which is the preserving market power, still in the same framework as before, which is why I go fast, right? So you want to prevent entry from one market to the next. So if in the adjacent you think your competition that's going to come and challenge your monopoly or dominant position in one of the markets is going to come from the next one, you may want to try to monopolize the next one too, to make entry and challenge this likely. Yeah, I mean, question is, you know, can you credibly commit not to break the bundle? That's an interesting question that did come up, because of course, if you're thinking about, you know, making a bundle to prevent entry, now you have to be able, if you want to do that, to use that to prevent entry, you need to somehow to make it credible that if entry happens, you will not break up the bundle and sell the product separately. Why is that important? It's important because if, you know, a potential entrant knows that when it enters and it has a more efficient product on one of the two markets, the dominant firm will then not be able to commit to still only sell through the bundle and not interact with that new entrant, then it makes sense for the new entrant to enter in the first place. But if the dominant firms can really credibly commit to not sell the products separately, then the potential new entrants will find it that it shouldn't enter in the first place. And so sometimes that's why strategies that somehow commit to some types of technical ties can have more effect than pure commercial bundling, because the technical tie may make it more credible that it won't be broken, and so may have more of a discouraging effect on potential entrants, which is an interesting point. So I mean, same questions apply. You really have to think about how realistic is sequential entry to see whether that's really what's at play, and whether what's at play is not just, you know, a firm thinking that it's more efficient to sell, you know, two different products together, right? And so one should never jump to conclusions with respect to bundling and tying. Nothing specifically about, nothing that is problematic per se, right? It's not particular. That's something that you see all firms doing, whether they're dominant or not. There are good reasons for doing that, and you know, especially if the products are complementary in economics, you know, it makes more sense. You have the Kuno effect, which means that complements are better sold together because you take advantage of the you incorporate, when you sell one product, the additional benefit that will be made and margin that will be gained on the second product when they're sold together. So you have a lot of good reasons for bundling and tying. You have potential theories of harm relating to leveraging the market power or protecting your monopoly. But this is a small part of what tying and bundling is about. Tying and bundling should be, you know, first and foremost normal conduct of firms, conduct that can be quite efficient. And so one really need to think hard about those theories of harm in this context, because it does have, you know, a lot of pro-competitive effect. You know, I talked about the Kuno effect and the complementarity of the product. So that's the standard economic principle. You can use bundling and tying to somehow price discriminate between customers and reduce double marginalization. Price discrimination may seem bad, but actually it's a way for a seller to sell more, because it will charge less to some customers. So it has some efficiency aspects, and of course it can be linked to quality. Last point I have here is of the products, if they are sold together. Last point I have is a metering device for the tying good. Why is that important? Well, you know, you can sell just you know, one good. I mean, the typical example or the standard example is the razor and the blades. You know, you give the razor for reasonably cheap price, and then you sell the blades at a high price. Why is that? Well, this has to do with price discrimination, meaning that the valuation of the razor will very much vary across consumers. Some who won't use it a lot don't necessarily value it very much. Those who will use it much more may value it more, and by somehow combining the two products, making them work only together, you can charge differently your customers based on how much they use the product. So that's one of the tools that can be used for price discrimination via tying and bundling. So I don't have much time left, and I discuss further those points here. So I'll just say very quick, but I covered really what matters, so that I feel quite good about that. I'll just say 2 minutes, a few words about prices and discrimination, and you can see more in the notes on that. So price discrimination is part of Article 102. But it's not something from an economic point of view that is bad, even though it may sound bad if you hear the word discrimination, but a firm that prices at different levels for the different consumers is actually something that is usually good. Why is that? Because it allows to expand the market. So if a firm has to price the same for everybody, well, some consumers will benefit because they value the product more than that, but some consumers will just not buy the product because the price is too high for them. But what they value the product is still much more than the cost of making the product. So if you relax that assumption that the price needs to be uniform, you can serve a higher part of the market, creating value, right? And so that's I think the first principle of discrimination. So even though it is mentioned in Article 102, there's really not been much intervention of competition authority with respect to discrimination, except of course if we are back in a vertical setting where you have discrimination among customers in a way that helps you exclude some of your competitors on the downstream level, right? So if you have a vertical level of integration, we are back into the more of the context of the refusal to supply and the margin squeeze, and that can fit there, right? But because this really prevents competition at another level. If you're just selling to different customers who don't compete with you at another level, one should not, in principle, be worried about price discrimination, at least from an economic point of view, because it's generally either neutral or good overall, even if, of course, some customers would prefer to have lower prices individually, the ones that are priced at higher level. Just in 1 minute, the one point where it shows up sometimes in the competition world is in Europe is very specific, but it relates to the internal market, where you have companies that charge different prices in different countries or prevent somehow the possibility that differences in prices across countries are reduced. So you have had a few cases about that, but it's more about the European internal market than the economics of it. Just want you to be aware that this shows up in that context too. So that's for, and I don't think I need to say more about price discrimination because it's not key, definitely not key. I mean, the economics is interesting, and you can read the slide there, but it's not essential with respect to competition. So I can just go then to my last slide, and I think I have given already a good view of the general principles that I try to develop in these two lectures, which is that usually intervention should really not necessarily worry too much about dominant firm extracting rewards for the investment that they have made. So the pure pricing that they do, if they're successful, and this success comes from previous investment in innovation, and be much more worried about the firms excluding competitors in a way that harms consumers on the downstream level. So you can read more about that. And then my last slide to conclude is, well, the very hot topic now, of course, is the digital sector. You have to, if you're interested in abuse of dominance, that's where a lot of the action is going to be in the coming years. This is a space in which you have market power that can come from network effect. You can have market power coming from the strong economies of scale, or from owning and collecting vast amount of data. So this raises a lot of interesting questions. You also have a lot of practices by dominant firm and platforms in the digital sector. Question is, what market power do they have? Do they take steps to increase and protect that market power. For example, an interesting example are, are they limiting to some extent multi-homing, interoperability, switching of customers in ways that can reinforce their market power. You have all the Google cases, which some of them are sound, some of the others are a bit more questionable, in particular, I think, on self-preferencing, where you have a platform, giving preference to its own product. Is that really a competition issue? Would be one that's more suited to a regulation. Very, very interesting question we talked about last time about Apple in the Netherlands, where you also have intervention in the digital space potentially for exploitation, in addition to exclusion, with the limits, of course, of that reasoning. And so I think, if you're interested in this topic, there's a lot to come in the coming years, and it's a very hot one. So I will stop here and see if there are any final questions before I leave you then to a well-deserved break.
Yes, I have a question on the tying and bundling part, and especially with regards to the conversation on self-preferencing. So I wonder what is the interplay there between the calls to ban, to restrict self-preferencing, and how that relates to situations of tying that might be proven to be pro-competitive. So I just wonder if you could clarify this kind of interplay between these two concepts.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And I think, in the end, if you think about tying and bundling, it's a form of a conduct of products being sold together. But the key is generally in terms of assessing whether conduct should be seen as anti-competitive and deserving of intervention, is really one of effects. And so if you're thinking about self-preferencing, the question is not so much, well, does that fit within the legal framework of tying and bundling? I think the more interesting question is, what are the effects of the practice, whether you call it one thing or another. And if you think about the Google Shopping case in particular, which is the landmark case on self-preferencing, the key question probably where it was somehow lacking, I think, in the analysis is what are the effects. And what the Commission did in that case is, of course, showed that how Google was ranking its competitors had a huge effect on those competitors, but it didn't really show that the self-preferencing of Google was actually bad for the market more generally. So I think very, 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 very interesting question, but let's not stop to the link between the qualification, and let's really try to think about what are the effect of the practices for consumers, right? Not just on competitors. So that would be my response to that.
Hi, may I have also one question? Anna speaking. Is self-preferencing, is it a notion or a concept that is, sorry, children, that is specific only for digital markets, or should it be applied also to other sectors? Because it has been worked out, for digital cases, but I wonder, is it possible that it will be then applied to other cases, other sectors?
Yeah, so it's possible. Is it desirable? I don't think it's desirable as a standalone piece, because in the end, you have to think about further, than thinking, well, you have a dominant company. This dominant company is giving advantage to itself. Well, of course, companies will generally favor their own services. I think that's what you would normally expect. So I think you have to, ideally you would have to link that to some leveraging theory or some deeper theory of effects. So can you see it outside of? I've seen it. I advised a company in the Netherlands that was the subject of investigation for essentially self-preferencing in the transport sector, where it was a container transport operator in a port that was giving preferential treatment to his own shipping versus the shipping he was doing for others. This is the type of case that was ultimately settled because they are not the strongest types of cases if you cannot link them to a real theory of effects. So yes, it can, but to have a sound case, I think there needs to be more than that, because some companies, whether they're not dominant or not, would normally tend to preference their own services.
Sure, thank you very much.
Are
Okay.
there any more questions? Let's see. No. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Rafael, for this session. Thank you again, everyone, for participating. If you have any other questions, always send them to me, and I will forward them if they are to Rafael later on. I propose that we do a short break of 10 minutes, and that we can start with Robert's presentation afterwards. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Enjoy
thank
the
you,
rest.
Rafael, and see you next year. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
So let's meet again at 3:20. Thank you. Hey, Robert. How are you?
Good. How are you? Can
I'm
you hear
good.
me? Can you hear
Yes.
me well?
Very well. Very well.
Good.
So do you see the share screen thing in the below of your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know, because you were asking for the timing, if you will be in between the 3 hours that you would have to give or something like that. I mean, if it's shorter, it's fine. No worries.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how we go.
Sure.
I mean, I will, and I hope to continue until 5. I mean, it's Friday in Brussels, so I don't want to keep people too
Yeah.
late. Well, I know everybody's basically at home or at work, but I still don't want to keep
No.
people too late.
That's okay.
And it's quite a long day for them.
Yeah, that's true. It's a long afternoon for them.
Yeah. So we'll aim for 5 o'clock. and we'll take a short break about halfway.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can do, well, that's fine for me like that. But if you can do the one slide only, maybe the diaporama. I don't know if it's gonna work.
So can you see the slides, Valerie?
Yes, I see your slide next to it, but to me that's fine.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So you can ask. Ah, voila, perfect. Okay, it's working.
Yeah.
You used Zoom before? Yeah.
Yeah, I use Zoom, Teams,
Yeah.
lots of different ones. They're all slightly,
It's not this. Yeah, it's not the
they're all
same.
slightly different.
Yeah.
Well, I think for slides, Zoom is maybe better.
It's very easy. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. So.
And Valerie, I mean, next year, assuming this pandemic is finally finished, I mean, is the intention that the course would continue to be virtual?
It depends. I'm sure that they will always be live streamed, so online. But we try to do one on two lecture or 1 on 3 in the classroom. So if you want yours to be in the classroom, we can.
Yeah.
If you want to come to Brussels, just ask and we will organize the lecture for you in the class, of course.
Yeah. But most of the students prefer remote.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I will start that again. So can go back, everyone. Come back to us. Voila. So Robert, thank you very much for being with us today. You can start whenever. The floor is yours. And people, if you have any questions, go ahead. Shoot. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I hope maybe next year we can. Some of us can meet in person. I think it's better. But being able to do this remotely is obviously better than not being able to do it at all. So thank God for technology. So, I mean, what I've done is I've had a look at what you've covered with the other professors, and I've tried not to duplicate. And I see, for example, with Jean-François Bellis, you've covered a lot of the history of abuse, the general concept of abuse, some of the important recent cases on exclusion. And then, of course, Bill Kovacic has given you a US perspective. And also, I think on a more global basis, identified some of the trends in terms of unilateral conduct in both the United States and Europe. And then I've listened with interest to some of the economics from Raphael. So I propose to focus on a handful of maybe more discrete topics. So there are basically 5. I mean, I'm not certain that given the time we've left today, we will cover every single topic, at least in detail. But we hopefully will get through most of them. So I want to start off spending a bit of time on excessive prices, and I want to cover it generally, and then I want to focus more specifically on excessive pricing in pharmaceutical products, because as we will see, and as I suspect many of you know, most of the recent cases in excessive pricing have been pharmaceutical cases. So that's the first 2 topics. The third topic is something that Rafa touched upon, and there have been some questions on. And I've already been asked to supervise, I think, at least 2 people who are doing a thesis on self-preferencing. So there's a lot of interest in this, what I would call the digital platform space. So the third topic is to look at some of the digital platform issues and the question of abuse in a bit more detail. The fourth topic is what I've called regulatory abuses, an Article 102. And what this is basically concerned with is markets that are, at least in part, the subject of regulatory legislation. And they're quite difficult questions as to how one applies the concept of abuse to markets which are subject to ex-ante regulation. Now, some of this overlaps, as we will see, with the digital platform issues, because as many of you know, under legislation such as the Digital Markets Act, there are proposals to regulate platform activity in a number of different ways, both at the European and national level. So I think the concept of how regulation and abuse interact is quite important in the context of digital platforms. But it comes up essentially in pharmaceuticals, telecoms, energy, water, railways. So in practice, the concept of regulatory abuses, I think, is quite important. And I think it does raise difficult issues that are not very well understood. And I think it's useful to talk about those. And then finally, if we've got a bit more time, I want to maybe take a step back and look at the bigger picture in terms of abuse and the trends and where do I think things are heading. Now I know that some of this was covered by Jean-François Bellis and by Bill Kovacic in terms of the United States and international dimensions. So it may be that we don't need to spend a lot of time on that, but if we've time, I'll try and say something about that. So starting with excessive prices generally, I mean, in a sense, you would think that if abusive dominance is about anything, its most direct manifestation ought to be monopoly pricing, because the one thing we know about monopolies is that it gives the power to price at a level that is independent of competition and consumers. So you would think instinctively that, in a way, if you could come up with the perfect form of excessive price regulation, all of the problems, or most of the problems in relation to abuse, could be solved, because you could simply regulate the output, the price, at a level that minimizes or eliminates the abusive effects. But in practice, I mean, excessive pricing, it is not as significant a feature of the case law and decisions on abusive dominance as you would think. And in a way that's very surprising. Now, one of the problems in this area, so there are various problems. So the fundamental problem, in my view, is that very few people can agree on what is a fair price. I mean, most economists will tell you, well, a fair price is what a buyer is willing to pay. Now, of course, that's completely circular, because by that definition, you will never have an excessive price so long as someone somewhere is prepared to pay it. But you know, there's a whole scholarship in economics, starting with classical and neoclassical scholarship, where economists have debated for hundreds of years, well, what exactly is a fair price? And it's a simple question to ask. It's a very hard question to answer. So the starting point is that it is an inherently difficult thing to identify. But then if we sort of look at some of the other difficulties, I mean, one of the fundamental issues, in my view, is that in more than 60 years of abusive dominance in Europe, so at the European level, there are basically two cases. Well, there I say 1.5 and 1.5 judgments. Now, the reason I say that is in United Brands, we will come to this, but in United Brands, the question of excessive pricing was one of a number of abuses in that case. And as you see on the slide, in fact, in United Brands, the finding of an excessive price was overturned on an appeal. So in terms of a case that tells us what an excessive price is, it's not very helpful. It tells us what an excessive price is not. It doesn't give us much by way of positive guidance. So one of the reasons I think why this has been a difficult area is that we simply don't have a record of decisions and judgments which explain in detail what is the sort of intellectual and practical framework for excessive pricing. Now, a sort of staggering fact is there is no standalone finding of an excessive price at the EU level in more than 60 years. And as I said, the finding United Brands was overturned. There was a case about 15 years ago called the Port of Helsingborg, and there the Commission rejected an excessive pricing complaint in a pretty detailed decision. And we'll come to some of the elements, but the great insight in the Port of Helsingborg case was the expansion of the concept of economic value. And one of the practical consequences of that was that the Commission made it in practice much more difficult to find an excessive price, because in a sense, once you accept that you can charge the economic value of a product, which includes demand side considerations, in a sense, you get quite close to saying, well, if customers value a product and are willing to pay for it, then by definition, the price is not excessive. And you can see straight away how that in practice would make the law on excessive pricing pretty useless. So the Port of Helsingborg decisions, there were actually two, in practice were felt to have done a lot of damage, if not killed, of excessive pricing at a European level. So the starting point is that we did not have many decisions, and of the decisions we had, they seemed, for the most part, concerned with not finding excessive prices rather than identifying when a price is excessive. Now, there were three other problems. So there were other cases, as you see in the slide, but in a way they were somewhat specific. So there's a category of what I would call copyright cases, cases such as Tournier and Sachem. And I mean, these were very unusual cases because it was the position, I think by and large it still is the position, that in many member states, there are national monopolies for the collection of royalties in relation to the playing of music at public venues. And of course, where you have a monopoly that is not regulated in terms of the fees it can charge, then there is a huge temptation to charge excessive fees. So what you had in a series of cases such as Tournier and Sachem, and actually more recently, so this case Akala, some people call it the Latvian copyright case. And one of the very striking things is that of the relatively limited number of cases on excessive pricing, about half of them concern these copyright collecting societies. So these are pretty unusual cases because what you have is you have a national monopoly, which is already a pretty rare thing. But for reasons I don't understand, those monopolies were not subject to any limitations in terms of the fees they would charge. So the pubs and nightclubs who had to pay these fees and said they were excessive, of course, they challenged them. But these were sort of unusual cases because of the existence of a national monopoly and the absence of any limitation on what they could charge. So in many ways, so the phrase I put there is these cases were sui generis, and I think to some extent that is fair. And the other difficulty with these cases is, I mean, they were about the playing of music in public venues such as cafes and pubs and nightclubs, and you know, the economic value of an artistic creation is quite a difficult thing. I mean, you know, if I write a fantastic song, what is its economic value? I mean, it's a difficult question. And the other difficulty, of course, is that where you have a creative output, its value will not be a function of the cost of production. I mean, some of the greatest songs ever written were written extremely quickly, sometimes in 1 hour or even in minutes. So in those kinds of cases, the cost of production, which would be the normal way of looking, at least as a starting point, at an excessive price, they're not really relevant. So for all those reasons, these cases, which are about 50% of all of the cases on excessive pricing, they're a bit special, and on a more generalized basis don't tell us very much about excessive pricing. So that's a further limitation. Now the second limitation is that of the rest of the cases, so you recall I said at the outset, there is no standalone finding of excessive prices at the European level. And instead, in the limited number of cases in which excessive prices have been found, they have been accompanied, or in a way, the cases were primarily about exclusionary abuses, and the exploitative price, the excessive price, was in a way the consequence of the exclusion. So in a way, you could look at the high prices as a form of recoupment from the fact of having successfully excluded your competitors. So one case which falls into this category is a British case called Knapp Pharmaceuticals. And in that case, there was a drug which was administered to begin with in a hospital. And if you could get the hospital to prescribe the drug to the patients, then it was extremely likely that the same brand of drug would be used by the patients on a continuous basis once they left the hospital and went home. So what Knapp did was clever. They said, well, we will offer the price to the hospitals on a predatory basis. So that was an exclusionary price, a low price. Then having hooked in the patients who went home, the price charged for the home care delivery of the drug was excessive. So having excluded competition in the hospital through predatory pricing, they then raised the price to an excessive level in the home sector. So the exclusion and the exploitation, they went hand in glove. And in fact, you could not have had the excessive price without the exclusion. So these were cases that were really about exclusion, where the excessive price was a form of recoupment or consequence of the exclusion. So that they were different to cases where the only issue was the level of the price. Now, the final difficulty in this area, in addition to the inherent difficulty of finding or defining what is an excessive price, is that, as many of you know, the Article 102 is unusual in the context of competition legislation because it forms part of a treaty which has a range of other objectives that are not concerned, or not only concerned, with competition. And one of the unusual features about EU competition law is that it has what I would call a political dimension, because there is a single market objective also within the same set of treaties, and all else equal, competition law needs to be applied in a way which is consistent with the development of the single market. Now, what that means in practice is you get cases which have a single market dimension, and where the outcome of the case is strongly affected, if not dictated, by the fact that there is a treaty objective also to have market integration. So to put it another way, had these cases arisen in the context of a legal system which did not have a single market objective as a matter of treaty law, the answer might have been very different. Now, just to put this in practical terms, so you've got two cases, General Motors and British Leyland, and what essentially happened in those cases was that there was a parallel trade in motor vehicles from continental Europe to the United Kingdom, and to prevent or limit that parallel trade, the manufacturers or the authorities started charging higher fees for a left-hand drive vehicle imported into the United Kingdom. So the fee for a right-hand drive vehicle would be 100, and then the fee for a left-hand drive vehicle would be 50. So these were cases where the excessive price was really about a deterrent or an impediment to parallel trade. So it was used as an instrument to prevent the development of the single market. So the issue wasn't so much that the fee for importation was excessive. It was that the purpose of the fee was to prevent parallel trade. Now, in General Motors, the finding of an excessive price was actually overturned on appeal. But at least conceptually, these cases are of limited value, because if you take away the single market element, I don't think these cases would have been brought at all. It was essentially a discriminatory measure, which was targeted at imported products. It wasn't really about an unfair fee as such. So these were sort of unusual cases. So the upshot of these different features is that because they're either unusual or have a very particular context, it's very hard to generalize in these cases into what is an excessive price in other contexts or more generally. Limited case law, and of the limited case law we have, the cases are actually pretty unusual or quite narrow in terms of their focus, and to a certain extent, or to a good extent, are not really about excessive pricing at all. They're about something else. So that's one of the issues, or one set of issues. Now, the other issue, which in part is a function of the fact that we don't have much case law, is that where the case law has addressed the concept of excessive pricing, the language, I mean, I've used the word here Delphic, and you could use other words, but the point is that it's quite unclear from reading the case law in operational or practical terms. I mean, how does one find or define an excessive price? So the seminal case, which is a case from the 70s, United Brands, a case about bananas. So you've got literally a handful of paragraphs where the court has explained all of this. And I mean, if you just look at the language, so they say whether the dominant undertaking has made use of the opportunities arising out of its dominant position in such a way as to reap trading benefits which it would not have reaped if there had been normal and sufficiently effective competition. So, I mean, straight away there you say, well, okay, fine. But what on earth is normal and sufficiently effective competition? Because what we get from the first sentence is, well, it is fine to reap a trading benefit that is consistent with normal and sufficiently effective competition, but there may be an issue if you reap a trading benefit that goes beyond something which you could obtain under conditions of normal and sufficiently effective competition. And, of course, the court does not explain anywhere, at least in this judgment, what do they mean by normal and sufficiently effective competition. So in a way, this sort of begs the question, well, what are we comparing this to? Because what you're apparently comparing is a profit margin or benefit which could be obtained under normal and sufficiently effective competition against a profit margin or benefit that is consistent only with a market in which there is not normal and sufficiently effective competition. But until you know clearly what is normal and sufficiently effective competition, what that looks like, it is very hard to understand how you conduct the analysis. So straight away you see an issue. Then if you go on to paragraph 250, charging a price which is excessive because it has no reasonable relation to economic value. So again, more questions than answers. First question, well, what is a reasonable relation? Is it 25%? Is it 2000%? Is it something which depends on individual cases? I mean, what is reasonable as a starting point? And then it says reasonable relation to economic value. So again, we have a third component, which is you have to benchmark the return relative to the economic value of the product or service in question. And of course, that begs the question, well, what does economic value mean? Is it even an economic concept? Is it a legal concept? And what does all of that mean? In the second sentence, again, a whole series of questions which the court doesn't even attempt to answer. And then the court goes on at 251. This excess could, inter alia, be determined objectively if it were possible to be calculated by making a comparison between the selling price of the product in question and its cost of production, which would disclose the profit margin. So at 251, they say, well, you could look at the profit margin inter alia. So this seems to be something which is one option, but is not necessarily the only option. And then they say, well, if it were possible to be calculated, if it were possible to work out the profit margin. So they seem to be saying two things there. One, in some cases, maybe in cases where there are a lot of common costs or joint costs between different products, or there may be difficult questions of cost allocation or difficult questions about the cost of finance, that it may not be easy in certain cases to work out what are the costs of production and therefore the profit margin. So just to give you an example, I mean, in many markets which are heavily based on research and development, you have a lot of fixed costs which are associated with that spread over a number of the company's products. There'll be difficult questions as to whether those costs should be divided on some pro rata basis between the different products, or because they're common costs, they're costs which should be ignored entirely in the context of assessing the profit margin of any one product, because they're held in common. So the court seems to be saying, well, first of all, looking at the profit margin, cost of production, and comparing the price, the margin, that is one method, but there may be others. And it seems to be saying in some cases, well, it may be very difficult to work out a profit margin. And it may also be saying, back to the point we discussed in the previous slide, I mean, there are cases where in the context of creative works, and maybe some other forms of intellectual property, where the value of the product is not really a function of its cost of production at all. So maybe they're also saying that in some cases, the cost of production don't really tell you very much. So there is another problem there. And then at 252, they go on to say, well, you need to work out the profit margin, the difference between the cost actually incurred and the price actually charged. So step one in paragraph 252 is, well, having worked out the costs of production and looked at the price to work out the margin, is the margin prima facie excessive? But again, the court doesn't tell us what does it mean by excessive. I mean, how much above the cost of production do you need to be for the margin to be regarded as excessive? And then, of course, it gets more complicated because they go on to say in the second part of 252, so if the answer to this question is affirmative, so in other words, if indeed the margin and price are excessive, you then need to go on and ask a second question, which is whether the price which has been imposed is either unfair in itself or when compared to competing products. So even if you can overcome the problem of working out what do they mean by excessive, you then have another exercise in mental gymnastics of trying to figure out, well, first of all, is the price unfair in itself? Now, what does that mean? It seems to be saying, well, you may have profit margins and prices that are so far above the cost of production that you can regard them as unfair in themselves without considering any other factor. So that's what they seem to be saying. But it is not entirely clear. I mean, what does unfair in itself mean? And then, of course, they go on to add a further caveat, which is unfair in itself or when compared to competing products. So that seems to have in mind some form of benchmarking of the price and perhaps the profit margins with comparable or competing products. And again, it doesn't really tell us what does the court mean by a comparable product. And as we'll see, I mean, one obvious question is, when they say competing products, do they mean products in the same relevant market? Or does it simply mean a comparable product, even if it's in a different product market or geographic market? And then just to sort of add further to the confusion. So having set out what we've looked at here, which in my view raises maybe 8, 9, 10 quite difficult questions, where the court offers no guidance, they say, well, other ways may be devised. So even when you get to the end of all this, they say, well, this is one way, but there may be other ways. And then to sort of add insult to injury, they don't tell us what the other ways are. And in fact, they speculate. They say, well, economic theorists have not failed to think up several. So they seem to be saying, well, if you can find a clever economist who can come up with some creative new way, that might be another way. So this is all extremely open-ended. It is not normative in any legal sense. And I think critically, it doesn't give you operationally or practically a test that you can go to your client and say, well, look, it's easy. Here's what we need to do. It is a framework expressed at a very high level of aggregation with a considerable lack of precision. Now, just to sort of develop some of these points in a bit more detail. So the overarching question is, well, what is a fair price, or what does an unfair price look like? Now, one of the problems, I think, which is immediately obvious, is that in many other contexts under Article 102, you've got a very clear benchmark for when something is is abusive. So in the context of predation, margin squeeze, and rebates, I mean, what you have is essentially a price cost test. And you're asking yourself a fairly straightforward question, which is, do the revenues, the prices, cover the relevant costs? And as you picked up probably from other contexts from the other professors, I mean, in general, if you're pricing as a dominant firm below the relevant costs, that will, in the absence of objective justification, be a prima facie indicator of abuse. Now, of course, in these cases, you will get difficult questions about what are the relevant costs, is it variable costs, incremental costs, what is the relevant time period? You will get tricky questions about allocation of costs, particularly common costs. But those questions are what they are, and ultimately they can be answered. But the basic test that if you price below a relevant measure of costs, in principle, that is a problem if you're dominant. I mean, that test is at least clear and can probably be applied in real time by a company. Whereas by contrast, when it comes to an exploitative price, we don't actually have a benchmark, or at least a bright line where you can say, well, if I'm on this side of the line, there is a problem. If I'm on this side of the line, I am safe. So that is a fundamental difference. As I said earlier, I mean, to many economists, if the concept of an unfair price reflects economic value, then a fair price is what a buyer is willing to pay. But of course, that would be completely circular, because then by definition, you could never have an excessive price, which isn't right either. Then I think the semantics of what we've just seen are quite difficult to rationalize. So according to United Brands, so limb 1 is the price excessive, limb 2 is the price unfair in itself, or unfair compared to comparable or competing products. So you've got a very strange situation whereby an excessive price can nonetheless be fair, and that seems to me quite confusing on one level. And then on top of this, you've got, I think, what seems to me quite a difficult problem, which is the court has made clear for many years, starting with a case called Michelin 1 in the early 1980s, that being dominant is not illegal. So being dominant is not recrimination. Only abuse is unlawful. Being dominant in itself has no automatic consequences in terms of your conduct. So being dominant is fine, but then charging a price above a normal competitive price may nonetheless be abusive and unfair. So you've got quite a confused situation whereby being dominant is not unlawful. So therefore, on the face of it, if I'm pricing at a level which is consistent with dominance, that's okay. But if I price at a level which is significantly above a price you would observe under conditions of normal competition, that may well be an abuse. So you get into a very confused situation where pricing at the level of mere dominance is fine, but if you get too greedy and price more than a mere dominant firm, that might be a problem. And that just seems to me completely confused, because I mean, it almost comes down to a question of proportionality, that charging a high price because you're dominant is fine, but charging a very high price is not. And that just seems to me intellectually quite confused. So there is a sort of maybe a lack of consistency within the definition of abuse and the definition of dominance. So that, I think, is a further problem. Now, the other issue we have is that So one of the great surprises to me in the last really 4 or 5 years has been, as I said at the outset, in this Port of Helsingborg, in these two decisions from about 15 years ago, the Commission was thought to have effectively, in practice, killed off the issue of excessive pricing. It seemed that exploitation was not a priority for the Commission. As many of you know, the question of exploitation did not appear in the Commission's guidance paper on Article 102, which was just concerned with exclusion. So you had the strong impression from the Commission, at least, that the question of excessive pricing was no longer a priority. And in fact, in the Port of Helsingborg cases, they had made the conditions in practice quite demanding. So, you know, if you asked me 10 years ago, how worried should I as a client be about excessive pricing? My answer, by and large, at least at the European level, would have been not very worried at all. But then what we've seen in the last 5 years is a whole series of cases, all of which have arisen in the pharmaceutical sector, where both the Commission and the national competition authorities and courts have taken a significant interest in excessive pricing. And for the first time in many, many years, we have had a series of decisions in which excessive pricing on a standalone basis has been found. And that was something which was very surprising to many, many practitioners. So there are 2 Aspen cases. These Aspen cases were about cancer drugs. There was an Aspen Italy case, and then last year the Commission published a commitments decision which dealt with essentially the same case for everywhere other than Italy. So it was settled by commitment. So it's not a finding of abuse, obviously, but there is a 55-page decision which sets out the Commission's views on why it considered there was prima facie abusive conduct through unfair pricing. Then you have a whole series of British cases, phenytoin from 2016, and liothyronine and hydrocortisone from last year. And so you have a number of cases in which the CMA, the Competition and Markets Authority, has found excessive pricing. Now, these cases are unusual. First of all, as I said, they are all pharmaceutical cases, which is striking. They're also striking because of the sheer scale of the price increases. I mean, in most of these cases, the price increases or the level of excess above cost was in the thousands of %. So in phenytoin, for example, the price of the product more or less overnight increased by 2,600%. And although it's hard to define what is an excessive price, you can see why a regulator at 2,600% would at least start to get interested. So these were striking cases in terms of the level of increase. There are also unusual cases because of the way the pharmaceutical markets operate. So one issue, of course, is that in most of these markets, the Department of Health, or the Ministry of Health, is the regulator, but it is also the customer. So you have a very unusual situation where someone is both the customer and the regulator. You also have markets, so pharmaceutical markets are highly regulated in many ways, including price regulation, which is also a feature of these markets, and we'll come back to that. And then even an unusual situation whereby the person prescribing the medicine is the doctor. Now he or she doesn't pay for the medicine, so it doesn't matter to them what the drug costs. And then in most countries where you have a system of public health, you and I as the patient, we typically do not pay for prescription drugs or do not pay very much. So again, we don't really care what the drug costs because it is not coming directly out of our pockets. It is paid for out of general taxation. And then, of course, there's a very difficult question, which is, well, if you have a product which has life-saving or significant therapeutic benefits and properties, but what is the value of that product? So if you look at phenotone, so phenotone sodium is an anti-epilepsy drug. It's a very old drug. It's been out of patent for many, many years. But for reasons which are not fully understood, there are a small number of patients suffering from epilepsy for whom modern patented drugs do not work effectively. And for some reason, only phenotone sodium is able to stabilize their epilepsy. Now, for those patients for whom only phenotone works, it allows them to have a job, drive a car, in a way that if they could not obtain access to phenotone, they're at risk of seizures. So, you know, what is the economic value of a product such as phenotone that may be the only product for these customers that actually works? So these, I think, are very, very difficult questions. So what I say at the top of the slide is that hard cases make bad law. And the reason I say that is that you can see why there were interventions in these cases. I mean, the price rises on the face of it were outrageous, but they are pretty unusual cases. They're quite difficult cases. And again, they arise in a very, very specific context. So query to what extent from these decisions we can extrapolate something useful in terms of how the concept of unfair pricing would apply more generally. So although for the first time in 60 years, we now have a reasonably detailed body of decisions, I do wonder to what extent, given their rather specific context, they are really informative as to the question of unfair pricing more generally. Now, just to unpack some of the questions which arise in practice from what we've just seen. So one question, as we saw in United Brands, is that there are two limbs. Limb 1 is the price excessive? And then limb 2 deals with the question of unfairness. Now, I think it is obvious that if you want to find an excessive price, these limbs are cumulative. So both need to be satisfied. Now, logically, of course, if a price under limb 1 is not excessive, then you don't need to go on to consider limb 2, because limb 2 only arises if the price is excessive. So you could certainly apply limb 1 to dismiss an unfair pricing case, but to find an excessive price, I think it is clear that both need to be satisfied. So I think this cumulative alternative, I think that is reasonably clear. Now, the harder question, in my view, is within limb 2. So as you recall, let's just go back. So paragraph 252. So limb 1 is whether it's excessive, and then limb 2, if the answer to this question is the affirmative, whether price has been imposed, which is either unfair in itself or when compared to competing products. So I would call so unfair in itself, I would call limb 2A, and then when compared to competing products, that is limb 2B. So there's then a difficult question. Well, what happens in it? So if we go back to the wording, so on a literal basis, you'll see it says either unfair in itself or when compared to competing products. So when you read that literally, it is clear that the two parts of limb 2 are alternatives, or at least that's the way it should be read. because it says, it doesn't say and, it says or. So there was then a different question. Well, are these truly alternative parts of Lim 2, or is there some interrelationship? Now, in the Fenatone case, which I was involved in, it became very important because the findings of the CMA were, well, look, the profit margin above the cost of production was enormous. The price, as we saw, had increased by 2,600% overnight. And they said, well, look, a level of profitability and increase over time of thousands of percent is manifestly unfair in itself. And therefore, we can end the analysis at that point, and we don't need to go on to consider the question of comparables or competing products. Now, what the defendants said, Pfizer and Flynn, they said, well, hang on a second. There is a phenatone sodium tablet product, which is identical in chemical terms and therapeutic terms to the phenatone sodium capsule product, which was under investigation. And they said, well, look, the price of the tablet product is the same or higher than the capsule product. So you have an identical product that is priced at the same or higher price, and it was not suggested that price was unfair. So what Pfizer and Flynn said, they said, well, you need to consider both the question of unfair in itself and the question of comparable products. So their argument was, well, it may be that United Brands is expressed under Lim 2 in the alternative, but in a case where the defendant puts forward a competing product or a comparable product showing that the price is not unfair, the public authority has to consider Lim 2B of United Brands, and it can't, in that case at least, simply content itself with saying, well, I think the price is unfair in itself. And the defendant succeeded on that point, and the finding of abuse was overturned, and it went on appeal, and the findings were upheld. Now, as a result, the case has been remitted to the CMA to reconsider the question of competing products, and in particular the tablet product. So what I think we get from this case is Lim 2A and 2B, yes, they may be alternatives, but in a case where the defendant puts forward evidence under Lim 2B suggesting the presence of comparable products, the public authority really, as a matter of due process, as a matter of fairness, has a duty to investigate the comparable products, and its decision may well be annulled if it fails to do that. And in a way, it reminds me a lot of what the Court of Justice said in the Intel case, which Jean-Francois Bellis covered with you. I mean, in that case, the court says, well, even if the commission is not obliged to conduct an as efficient competitor test, if the defendant comes forward with evidence showing that its rebate prices are above cost, and therefore an as efficient competitor can compete, the commission may be obliged at least to consider that evidence as a matter of procedural fairness. So this is maybe an example where you have a procedural obligation on the part of the public authority, which can have a significant substantive consequence in terms of the finding of infringement. Now, if, which I think is clear, there may in some circumstances be an obligation on the public authority to consider both parts of Lim 2, what then is the relevance of Lim 2A? Because at the end of the day, the Court of Justice did say, a price may be unfair in itself. And that must obviously mean something, because we don't assume the judgments are meaningless. It must mean something. Now, one I think very clear example where it would be appropriate to rely only on limb 2A would be where in fact there is no competitor or benchmark of any kind. So there is a case called Albion Water, where the dominant firm was a de facto monopolist, and where as a result, in fact, there was no comparator product. And in that case, it was possible to rely only on the question of unfair in itself. Now, interestingly, in the Latvian copyright case, Advocate General Wall, he took, in some ways, a more extreme view. He said, well, unfair in itself is really about something different, which is, in his view, he says, well, it's where the dominant firm charges for a service that it hasn't actually provided. And he gave the example of the Green Dot case, which many of you will know. So in that case, a fee was charged for using a trademark, even where the person in question was not actually using the system subject to the trademark. So in that case, they were paying a fee for something they didn't actually use. And he says, well, that's an example of unfair in itself. And then in a way that I don't fully understand, he says, well, something may be unfair in itself where it is used as a mechanism to achieve another abuse. And he gave the example of the cases we discussed earlier, which are British Leyland and General Motors, the single market cases. And he seems to be suggesting, well, in that case, the high price was really a punishment mechanism for parallel trading. So you could consider it unfair in itself. And interestingly, so the Aspen commitment decision was published last year, and the commission essentially took the view that one could regard the level of excess above cost as unfair in itself. Now, in that case, it said, well, the defendant did put forward some comparators, and we looked at those. We don't think they're very good comparators for various reasons. So at least in the Aspen case, the commission says that because in fact there are no good comparators, it was entitled to rely on the fact that the prices were unfair in themselves. So in a way, that's the same as my first point, which is it's a case where in fact there is no valid comparator or benchmark. So that I think is how Lim 2A in practice plays out. Now, couple of final points before we move on to something else. So as we saw, the court says the United Brands, well, other ways may be devised, economic theories to fail to come up with several, of selecting the rules for determining whether the price of a product is unfair. Now, one thing which is unclear about that statement is, because the court says, as you can see, it says determining whether the price of a product is unfair. Now, it's unclear from that whether when they talk about other ways, are they only referring to Lim 2, the question of unfairness, or are they also saying there may be other ways of coming up, of determining whether the price is excessive under Lim 1, or are they saying that Lim 1 and Lim 2 are irrelevant in some cases, and that you may have some completely different way that is not Lim 1 and Lim 2 of determining the question of unfairness? It's not entirely clear. Now, one example maybe of the other ways is the Copyright Collection Society cases which we looked at, because as we discussed at the outset, these are cases about royalties for playing music. So it is clear in that context, the cost of producing the song are basically irrelevant. So looking at limb 1, the cost of production and the profit margin is going to be pretty meaningless. And in those cases, the way the analysis was conducted was to benchmark the prices in one member state against the prices in other member states, adjusting for differences between the member states. So that may be an example of a case where the costs of production, they either don't tell you very much or are not available for some reason. And in that case, you would come up with a different way, which is geographic benchmarking. So that may be an example of another way. Then moving on, I mean, the fundamental question identified by the court in United Brands is, well, what is the economic value of the product? And is the price reasonably related to the economic value? And one of the difficulties, I think, with United Brands is it is obviously a legal judgment, and it seems to involve a concept of economic value that is not based on economics. It seems to be a legal concept. And I think there are some difficulties with lawyers inventing economic concepts. Now, just to unpack what economic value might mean and where does it fit in. So one question is, can economic value imply some additional value which is not reflected in the other metrics or conditions in United Brands to determine excessive pricing? Now, just to sort of unpack that a little bit. So in the Port of Helsingborg case, what the Commission did was they looked at the fees charged by neighboring ports in proximity to Helsingborg, and they found that in general, the fees were lower. But then they looked at the Port of Helsingborg itself, and I think they surveyed the users of the port, and they found that the geographic location of Helsingborg port and the conditions in the port itself were valued by the port users and valued more significantly than the conditions in competing or comparable ports. So where the Commission seems to have come out is that the location and conditions in the Port of Helsingborg had an economic value that was significantly greater than the comparable ports in that case. So one way of reading the concept of economic value is it may be that the product or service in question has unique economic value even compared to comparable products. So in other words, there may be a justifiable premium attached to the fees for that product or service because it is uniquely well suited to meeting the demands of the consumers in question. So to that extent, one could look at economic value as almost limb 3 within United Brands. So limb 1, you look at the cost of production and the margin. Limb 2, you look at the question of what are the fees charged by competing ports. And then, in a sense, limb 3 is the economic value of the Port of Helsingborg, which in that case was found to be higher even than comparable ports. So in that case, the concept of economic value, in a way, was something applied at the end to find that the price was not unfair. Now, a very, very difficult question is if economic value reflects essentially the demand side and the value that users place on the product or service in question, well, how do you avoid the circularity that the economic value is whatever someone is willing to pay? I mean, is there a danger that if you apply economic value, almost by definition, if someone is willing to pay the price, it must have that economic value, and therefore the price can never be excessive? And if you think about this in terms of pharmaceutical products, I mean, if I'm extremely unwell and have a terminal illness, what is the economic value I would be willing to pay for a medicine that would save my life or significantly prolong my life? And the answer is whatever I'm able to pay. I mean, I would pay the maximum amount within my means to survive. So it cannot be correct that the analysis is economic value is any value that the customer places on the product, because that would be completely circular. But trying to work out in practice where one draws the line in terms of legitimate economic value and unfair economic value, I think is an unbelievably difficult question. Okay, a couple of final points before we wrap up on this. So as I said, in the context of these copyright collection society cases, and indeed in other cases involving unfair prices, it will often be relevant to apply geographic benchmarks of prices in other countries to assess whether the price in question is unfair in comparison with comparable products or services. And in the recent Latvian copyright case, we had, I think, some helpful indicators from the court as to how one conducts a geographic benchmarking exercise in these cases. So first, an important point, they accept that a geographic comparison may be a valid method within the meaning of United Brands. So it's, in principle, it is something which can be used. Second, there is no minimum or magic number of countries that you have to put into the basket. It's more about the quality of the comparators rather than their quantity, which I think must be right. A third point, which I think is practically very, very important. They say, well, look, even within the European Union, some countries are very rich, and some countries are have lesser economic conditions. And in general, wealthy countries pay more for products and services than less wealthy countries. So they said that you must take into account consumer purchasing power, the PPP, when conducting geographic price comparisons, because there isn't much point comparing a price in Luxembourg or Switzerland with a price in a poor country. So it is mandatory to take into account consumers' buying power, the various indexes, and so there has to be an adjustment for that. Obviously, you have to make sure that, quite apart from the question of different levels of economic activity, you have to do the comparison on a consistent basis. So, it may be in some cases that there are questions of taxation or other legal rules which are significantly different between different countries, and of course you have to adjust for those. Now, one thing in the context of pharmaceutical products in particular that I think is very, very difficult is that in most of these countries under public health systems, the price of medicine is either directly regulated or indirectly affected by regulatory measures. And it is essentially a political decision for a country as to how much it is willing to pay for prescription medicines. And political parties will stand in elections, and some will say, well, we think that prescription medicines should be available at affordable prices for everyone, and that will be popular. And you'll have other countries where people take a more hard-nosed view, and they say, well, we're not prepared to make the pharmaceutical companies even richer. So it is ultimately a political decision for a country as to how much they wish to pay for pharmaceutical products, and that will in part be reflected in how they regulate the price of drugs within their territory. So one of the reasons we, for example, see parallel trade in medicines is that typically, so the historic fact pattern was that you would you would buy the product in a high price country, and then or in a low price country such as Greece, and then try and arbitrage that to a higher price country somewhere else in the European Union. But so what you see is that different countries regulate the price of drugs at different levels for essentially political reasons. But it does mean that, therefore, a straightforward comparison between the price, say, in Greece and the price in Luxembourg, without adjusting for the impact of regulatory measures, is a bit misleading. I mean, comparing a regulated price under regulatory objectives in one country with the price in a country which has a completely different set of regulatory objectives isn't quite fair. So you may need to adjust as well for the incidence of regulation, which I think is a very, very difficult thing to do, and may mean in practice that it is not easy to make comparisons in the case of pharmaceutical products between different member states. And a sixth point, which the court confirmed, which I think is important, is that the products in question must be comparable. It is not a requirement that they are directly competing products. Now, that in my view is essential for two reasons. One, of course, in most dominance cases, or in many dominance cases, by virtue of the fact there is dominance, that there may be no competition. So if the test is a competing product, then you may never find one. It may be completely circular. But second, and I think more importantly, if there is a dominant firm market, you may find that the prices of other products in that market are also distorted by the presence of the dominant firm's pricing. So many of you will know in competition law, there's a concept of the pricing umbrella, that even a firm who does not have market power may benefit from the pricing umbrella of the dominant firm. So in fact, if one is looking at competing products in the same market as the dominant firm, you may get a false result, because those prices are also contaminated by the existence of the excessive price. So in fact, looking at another market which is not competing, where there's not dominance, may be much better than looking at a competing product. So that is a useful, I think, and important clarification to ensure that the comparators are more meaningful. Okay, it's now 4:30. I mean, what I propose to do, we'll take a break shortly, but I'm going to move on to a different topic. And what I'd like to do, rather than sort of leaving everything into the end, is to see whether at this stage anyone has questions. So I'm happy to spend 5 or 10 minutes on questions before we move on to a different topic. So if we can take any questions on this topic before the break, I'd be very happy to deal with those.
Hello, Mr. O'Donoghue. I have a small question.
Yes.
On one of the last things we discussed concerning the fact that if a product or service has a unique economic value, then a justifiable premium could be expected. But I was wondering, what if then the consumer hasn't agreed or doesn't need the premium service and therefore the price that's attached to it? For example, also in the Der Grüne Punkt, in the green dot case, that was one. Oh, it wasn't really a premium price, but the consumers there were saying, we don't really use this service. Why do we have to pay for the service that we're not using? And also in the Premier League football case, obviously it's primarily about IP, but there's also a section on the premium that was charged on the use of certain decoders. That was there. The court said that these premiums shouldn't be. Was not fair in itself. Not it doesn't use the word fair, but that was, I guess, the point. And there's another case about the insemination centers in France, where the customers were charged an excessive, let's say excessive price, and then the court also said that if there is a premium service that is charged, then it has to be asked by the customer.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a very good question. So there's a few points I think can be made. I mean, I think first of all, in a way, we go back. This is what Advocate General Wall said in the Latvian copyright case. He said, well, you may well have cases. So the green dot case, in my view, is, I mean, it's effectively a form of tying, or maybe another form of abuse, because if you're requiring someone to pay for something in the context of a service they don't actually receive, then that seems to me to be an abuse, more or less irrespective of the level of the price. I mean, maybe if they get it for free, it's not an issue. But if they're paying a positive price for something that they don't in fact request or don't in fact use, then I think irrespective of the question of unfair prices, that may well be an abuse in its own right. So in a sense, in those cases, they're easy. You don't get to the question of unfair pricing. You say, well, hang on, this is a form of sort of quantity forcing or tying or some other form of abuse. And the issue is not the level of the price. The issue is the conditions under which this price is being charged. So those cases, in my view, are actually about the conduct and not the price. And I think it's relatively easy to see how that can be an abuse. So I think we can sort of put those to one side. And you know, the cases up there, I mean, the single market cases, you know, we can have a detailed discussion about whether incorporating the concept of the single market into competition law is a good thing or a bad thing, because to me, I find it a bit strange that competition law means one thing when a product crosses a border, but when it doesn't cross a border, the answer may be different. That seems to me a bit of a strange idea. But I mean, what cases like British Leyland and General Motors are about is that and in a way, it's a bit like Green Dot, that the price is essentially, it's either a means to achieve a different abuse, or it's a form of abuse in its own right for reasons that are not related to the price. And they kind of amount to the same thing. So I think that seems to me a second category that really is distinct from the question of unfair pricing. So I think those two categories, I think you can put to one side and say, well, on a proper analysis, these are not really about unfair pricing at all. It's about something else. And to the extent we need to fit those within unfair pricing, I think there are examples of cases where the price is unfair in itself, essentially because it has no justification. Now, I don't think we need to fit them within unfair pricing, but if we need to fit them within unfair pricing, I think there are examples of unfair in itself. And Advocate General Wall in Latvian copyright, you know, says this is how I rationalize that body of case law. Now, the third category, which I think is the most difficult, is a case where the product has significant economic value, and therefore, in principle, is entitled to some premium over comparable products that do not have the same level of value, or in fact is something unique. But you know, how do you then avoid the circularity of saying, well, because it's unique, therefore whatever is demanded and can be paid should be paid, and therefore it's not fair? And I mean, in my view, the somewhat unsatisfactory answer is maybe it's a question of proportionality. So United Brand says that it has to have a reasonable relation to economic value. And it may be in these cases that you say, well, look, if it's unique, in a sense, the economic value is infinite. It depends on the means of the person who is paying, but that can't be right, because then we would never find anything excessive. So perhaps you need to form some view that although it has a level of uniqueness, the economic value is not unlimited, that there has to be some reasonable relation with the economic value. So it would be essentially a proportionality analysis incorporated into that. But it then raises a difficult question, which is, well, how do you work out the reasonable relation? And the obvious place to start is, well, I will look at products which are comparable. Now, the problem with that is, well, if they're comparable, but you accept the product in question has unique economic value, then in a sense, they're not really comparable. You're not comparing like with like. These are sort of apples and pears, or apples and kumquats. But I think in practice, what you would do is you would say, well, let me look at what I think is the closest comparator product. I accept it's not identical, and I will allow the dominant firm a premium on the comparators that is reasonable and proportionate, but is not unlimited. That seems to me the way analytically this would work. But I fully accept that in a way the semantics of, well, so long as it's reasonable or proportionate, that's fine, but not something which is unlimited. But I mean, the semantics in a way obscure the difficulty of the problem, because at the end of the day, you have to come up with a number. And if you say, well, the price of the closest comparator is 100 euros, the question is, well, how much above 100 euros is reasonable? And the short answer to that is that it will be a value judgment based on the evidence in the case looked at in the round. But, you know, in a way that sort of, it doesn't really answer your question. It just tells you on a very broad level what the analysis might be, but it doesn't tell you what the answer is, or even necessarily how you get there. So this is difficult, but, you know, I mean, courts and regulators make value judgments of this kind all the time, and maybe we shouldn't get too Cartesian or too hung up in this. It's just another assessment the court needs to make based on the evidence it has heard in the circumstances of the case, and it is what it is. And, you know, there is a risk of being too kind of philosophical about all this. At the end of the day, they're looking at a price and deciding whether it's reasonable or not.
Thank you. Well, indeed, I mean, in different fields, and for example, also personal damage is not necessarily in competition law. The courts often have to determine what the price of injury is on a.
Yeah, it's an estimate.
So, but thank you for answering my question.
Robert, there is a question in the chat for you.
Right, hang on.
Aurélien, if you see it.
Okay, just a second, please.
Yeah, of course. I'm not reading it to you.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a very interesting question. I mean, we'll come on to some of the digital market stuff, I think, after the break. But I mean, I think as many of you know, it is already clear from cases like Facebook Germany that a reduction or change in the level of privacy may be an abuse. So quite apart from the question of unfair pricing, I mean, these cases are essentially about, you can have, so there's a concept in Article 1011 about fair trading conditions, or fair terms. So as I read cases like Facebook Germany, you can have a system of rules on privacy protection, and a reduction in privacy protection, which is capable of being essentially an unfair non-price abuse. And in a way, I think the analysis that we see in unfair pricing, it can be helpful in that context, because, I mean, essentially in this privacy context, I mean, in my view, the analytical framework is that the person who is reducing your privacy has market power. Now, in a competitive market, firms would compete over the level of privacy. And if there is competition in the market, then firms who offer higher levels of privacy may be more attractive to some consumers. So in a competitive market, all else equal, the level of privacy may well be higher. So at least conceptually, what these cases are about is if one looks at comparable levels of privacy protection under conditions of normal and sufficiently effective competition, one can then benchmark the level of pricing of the dominant firm and work out whether the reduction in privacy is so significant compared to the comparator or the benchmarks that there is an abuse. So in a way, I think what we see in those cases is the benchmark exercise we see in unfair pricing can be applied in a non-price context as well. So I think that seems to me analytically the way that those cases, at least so far, have been resolved, and I understand that it makes sense. Now the question is a very interesting one, which is, well, so all that analysis is about looking at a reduction in privacy, essentially as an unfair non-price abuse. Whereas the question is a very interesting one, which is, well, in circumstances where the price I pay for a product is the value of my data to the dominant firm, can one look at the level of privacy as an essentially an abuse of the price I have paid? Now, I think you can. I mean, look, in a sense, the value of my data, I mean, it has a monetary value for these firms. And in fact, this has been identified in lots of studies. I mean, there are lots of studies showing what is the value to Facebook of access to my data. So there are, I think, metrics out there for suggesting that the value of my data, which I give to these companies, Google, Facebook, and so on, is X. And I do think that conceptually, I mean, if the value of your data can be identified, you can, I think, map that onto, well, that's the price I pay for my data. Let's then look at the level of data privacy I'm receiving in return for that price. And I think you can say analytically, well, given the amount of data you get from me, the level of data protection you're offering me in return for that supply of data is unfair. It is too low. I don't think the protection you're giving me is proportionate or commensurate with the amount of data or the value of data I'm offering you. But I mean, to me, it essentially collapses into the same analysis which I started with, which is, I mean, these I think are difficult cases, and I have some mixed feelings about the idea of using competition law to value or calibrate privacy, because to me, when one thinks of competition law in terms of consumer welfare, I find it quite difficult analytically to understand different levels of privacy protection in terms of consumer welfare standard. I think that seems to me a value judgment, which is something quite different from consumer welfare as we understand it in competition law. But there are decisions like Facebook Germany which take the view that a reduction in privacy may well be an abuse. So in a sense, we're stuck with that. But then I think the question is, it is essentially the same question whether one looks at this in terms of price and non-price terms. And the question is, well, under conditions of competition, what would be a reasonable level of privacy protection? Because again, in a market where firms compete over privacy, some firms will offer more privacy to try and gain a competitive advantage. So one can, I think, conceptually come up with a level of privacy protection which is consistent with a situation as if there was competition, and then compare that to the levels of privacy protection being offered by the dominant firm. And I think, one can form a view. I mean, what one is essentially doing is benchmarking privacy under competition with privacy under dominance. And you will be comparing the two. and essentially saying, well, I think the level of protection you're offering, bearing in mind the value of the data and bearing in mind your market power, is insufficient. So I think conceptually it's actually very close to what we've been discussing, which is, I mean, if we go back to United Brands, I mean, what you're essentially asking yourself is, what would be the price we would observe under conditions of normal and sufficiently effective competition? And you then compare that to the actual price of the dominant firm, and you work out essentially, is there a sort of a reasonable relation between the price under consideration and economic value, bearing in mind what is the benchmark for normal and sufficiently effective competition. And I think in a privacy context, it's basically the same exercise, which is you figure out a level of privacy protection that is consistent with the level of protection under conditions of normal and sufficiently effective competition, and use that as a benchmark. But I think it's a very, very difficult analysis. But conceptually, I think it is the same. I mean, I think the short answer to your question is, I'm not certain the pricing analysis adds very much in the context of privacy, but it's a very interesting way of looking at it. And in a way, if you start from the position that the commercial rationale of these cases is that our data has value to the companies, in a way, the price is of central relevance, because it's about what is the value of my data, and in return for me, in effect, paying that price, what level of privacy protection am I being offered? So it is in a sense about the price, but I'm not sure it's, I mean, whether you call that a novel form of excessive pricing, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. But it is an interesting way of thinking about this problem.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, Aurélien, thank you too. Should we do a short break? What do you think?
Okay, why don't we come back at
yes,
at 5 o'clock?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. See you at 5.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so I see that you are slowly coming back to us, everyone. Good. Last part of today's session. Thank you. Thank you. Robert, you start whenever you want.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. Well done for hanging in there. I know it's just the last hour in a long week of a long series of lectures, so well done. Okay, so I haven't made as much progress as I'd hoped. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay, is skip the bit on excessive pricing in pharmaceuticals. And so there are two remaining topics. One is about digital platforms and abuse, and the other is on what I call regulatory abuses and Article 102. I mean, I don't think realistically we're going to get through both topics, but I'm sort of in your hands. I mean, is there a way, Valerie, that people could sort of express a preference as to which of the two topics that they would be more interested in hearing?
They can put it in the chat. That's
yeah, can we have a sort of vote?
I can do a poll.
Yeah, so I can get some consensus.
Oh no, the poll, I should create it in advance. Okay, so people say digital platforms. Digital platforms. Okay, the majority and the unanimity says digital platforms.
Right. Okay. Well, there's a overwhelming consensus. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's absolutely fine. No problem. I mean, I think as Raphael, as he alluded to, I mean, I do think in terms of Article 102 for the next several years, this is going to be one of the most interesting and I think difficult topics, because it is widely appreciated that literally a handful of global corporations have significant power in the context of digital platforms. And as we come on to, I mean, it is exceptional in the sense that it is perceived rightly or wrongly that the extent and level and entrenchment of this market power is so significant that we now also need, in addition to ex post competition laws, a whole ex ante regulatory system to deal with these so-called digital platform gatekeepers. And I mean, what you're seeing all over the world is essentially an intellectual effort, both in terms of competition law ex post and in terms of regulatory law ex ante, to try and grapple with some of the economic and essential and social issues created by digital platforms. So this is a big topic. I think it's very complex in terms of understanding the different effects and the analysis, and I think it presents very significant challenges for courts and regulators and companies in terms of how trying to navigate the space. So even in the context of the next 55 minutes, there are tangible limits as to how deep we can dive into some of this, but we will do our best. Now, just to sort of set the stage a little bit, so in my view, it is important to start with some of the features of these platform markets, because I do think they're important to understanding why problems arise, how one approaches the question of abuse, and what can be done in terms of remedies when one finds abuse. So in my view, there are a handful of really critical features to understand. I mean, first of all, in the context of the digital products and digital platforms, you have more or less costless distribution of products and services. And where a product is distributed in a virtual sense, the incremental costs of distribution are probably close to zero. I mean, once you've set up the data centers, whether you have one customer or a million customers, probably doesn't make a lot of difference. Now, that is a significant shift in society, because, you know, many of you who have worked on, say, merger cases or competition cases in the context of physical products will understand that, you know, the question of transport costs, physical capacity, geographic markets, the speed at which something can be transported from point A to point B, they are very important factors in the context of these markets. Whereas in digital markets, it's irrelevant. The transport costs, for want of a better word, are typically zero, and you can disseminate these products instantaneously and without capacity constraints. So that is a significant difference. Now, the second and third points are in a sense related. There is no doubt that on many of these platform markets, the economies of scale and scope are dramatic in terms of returns. Now, of course, it is well understood. I mean, where one builds a physical factory, one can put in place capital equipment, which is more efficient and has better economies of scale and scope than other equipment. But there are tangible limits to what can be done in a physical environment, whereas the economies of scale and scope one sees in the context of these digital platforms are enormous. And one reason for that, but it's not the only reason, is the concept of a network effect, where the value of the market as a whole increases both with the number of users and with complementarity between users. And what this means in practical terms is that once one reaches a certain level of scale and scope and achieves a certain level of network effect, one can quickly and irreversibly reach what's called a tipping point, whereby the scope for subsequent entrants to replicate that scale and scope and have a competing platform is practically non-existent. And, you know, when you think of search engines, I mean, today in the world, there is one search engine which is dominant, and which is Google search. And then even a company with the resources of Microsoft has by and large not been very successful in terms of creating a competitive alternative. I mean, in most member states, Bing is a very distant second and is not a first port of call. And I mean, Microsoft has gone on public record saying, well, look, the scale and scope inherent in search and the advantages that Google has achieved by being the first to achieve that scale and scope means that in practice, the ability of Bing to replicate what Google search can do is impossible. So, you know, in a way, it's a very interesting insight that even someone like Microsoft, with more or less unlimited resources, says once you've had a tipping point or a certain level of scale and scope, it is nearly impossible to compete. Now, one consequence of that, or put it more neutrally, one feature of these markets is that you will, it is often competition for the market, and because of the scale and scope, you are not likely to see many competing platforms simultaneously. I mean, in most of these markets, even if you had effective competition, you would still have a small number, or perhaps a very small number, of platforms who compete. And for example, if one looks at the mobile operating system space, I mean, essentially today we have Android and iOS, and that's it. So there is a certain tendency of these markets to be monopolistic or duopolistic by nature because of the scale and scope that's involved. And finally, there is in a digital environment, there is a more or less limitless ability to catalog information and to store it. So I'm old enough to remember the days when one might have had a CD Walkman, and you had to take all of your discs with you when you were traveling. And then, of course, we had the iPod, where you could preload, subject to a capacity limit, a certain number of songs on your iPod and travel. Whereas now, with these streaming platforms, more or less every song ever created can be streamed instantaneously anywhere in the world where you can get a connection to Wi-Fi. So that is a dramatic change in terms of cataloging and accessibility. So these are sort of the basic features. Now, what are the challenges in this area when thinking about these kinds of cases? One, of course, is obvious, which is the products or services concerned may be technically very complex. And I mean, I've worked on a number of these cases, both for some of the dominant firms and also against some of these firms in litigation. And, I have an experience where in relation to a particular technology, there may be literally a small handful of people in the world who understand the algorithm in question or the way the technology has developed. So some of these products can be very, very complicated indeed, and that does affect the ability for decision makers, regulators, and courts to get to grips with some of these things. So these cases are typically, I mean, they're difficult in technical and other terms. The second issue is that, I mean, this is not like cartel cases, which are unambiguously bad. I mean, in most of these cases, even if the platform is dominant, the conduct in question will have a mixture of benefits and disbenefits. So if you take the Google shopping case, so the innovations made by Google were the development first of the product universals and then of the shopping units. And, on the face of it, this was a good thing because it meant that you didn't have to try and navigate the blue links on the search results if you were looking for a product, but you would also, in response to a query, automatically at the top get access to product search results, or a map, or a review, or a link to a restaurant, or a location of a restaurant, mapping, and so on. You would get some functionality displayed at the top of the screen in a convenient method that was responsive to your query. So there is no doubt that was beneficial, but there is also no doubt that if you were a standalone provider of, say, a mapping product, the development of Google Maps was devastating for your business. So in most of these cases, you have a mixture of benefits and disbenefits which are present simultaneously. So the conduct has both good aspects and bad aspects. The third challenge, in my view, is that probably more so than any other area of competition law, the analysis of platform markets, it involves interaction with a number of other systems of legal rules, and in particular, of course, regulatory rules and the rules on data privacy. Now, we'll come back to some of this, but one obvious problem I see is that in a world where these platforms are simultaneously subject to both ex-ante regulation and ex-post competition law, I think there is a real risk of cross-contamination between the two sets of rules. And there is perhaps a concern that in the end, we don't know where regulation ends and competition law starts. Now, just to sort of make this less abstract or less philosophical, under the Digital Markets Act, gatekeepers will have a series of obligations of fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory treatment in terms of giving access, not self-preferencing, and so on. And we know from the Google Shopping case that in parallel, there is a concept under ex-post competition law of abusive self-preferencing. Now, it does seem to me inevitable that whatever self-preferencing means as a matter of ex-ante regulation will have a significant bearing on what self-preferencing means as a matter of ex-post competition law, and vice versa. But I mean, there are some obvious differences. I mean, the ex-post competition laws are intended to capture or assess individual conducts, whereas the ex-ante rules are designed to put in place generalized obligations ex-ante owed to the whole world. And I do therefore have a concern that sort of cutting and pasting regulatory obligations to ex-post competition law or vice versa has a cross-contamination effect that maybe is not helpful. So that, or at least put it more neutrally, there will be an issue as to whether the clarity of the meaning of regulatory rules and principles of abusive conduct becomes affected by the fact that these concepts are being applied in parallel. A fourth issue, which was picked up in one of the questions earlier, I mean, on the face of it, to one side of the market, the services are free in the sense that we don't pay a direct monetary price. Now, of course, they're not free because the value of the data you provide has a positive value. And in fact, the price may well be negative, depending on the value of the data. But you have a somewhat counterintuitive situation whereby one side of the market gets something for free, and the other side of the market, in effect, pays for the fact that the service is free. And it leads to some counterintuitive issues, because, I mean, normally, if you're dominant, if you are not charging a positive price, then that is predatory pricing. But on the other hand, the suggestion for most people that they would have to pay to use a search engine or to access a social media platform, people might find that objectionable for other reasons, or at least enough people would. So you get what I would call certain confounding factors. I mean, the two final factors seem to me in many ways the most difficult, because in most of these digital platform markets, what the firms are really competing for is our attention. So they're trying to get access to our eyeballs to look at a screen. So they grab our attention so they can then sell us advertising once they have attracted our attention. And what that means in practice is, I mean, in a sense, the ways in which human beings' attention can be attracted are myriad. And in a way, I mean, you know, so Facebook said last week that they felt, in terms of loss of market share, their biggest competitor was TikTok. And, you know, who would have thought 5 years ago that having these short and rather strange videos would be a fantastic way of getting the attention of consumers. I mean, it wasn't obvious. And in a way, Instagram, which started out as somebody showing a beautiful picture of their dinner or their holiday, I mean, it wasn't obvious that that was kind of the most fantastic way to attract people's attention. So one of the problems I think in these cases is that in most markets, so if you take a pharmaceutical product, the possibilities of substitution are actually quite limited. I mean, it's either going to be a competing molecule, or maybe some form of biotechnology or immunotherapy at best. But the possibilities of substitution are obvious and quite limited. Whereas in the context of platforms which compete for people's attention, the only limits are the limits of human imagination. So it is very difficult to think in terms of where will the substitution come from, and what it essentially involves doing is predicting the future, which is a pretty hard thing to do in general, but it's a very, very hard thing to do in digital markets, where the issue is how do you get people's attention. And the final challenge, in my view, is that it's partly related to the point you discussed, but there is no doubt the rate of change in these markets in terms of technological development and changes in consumer preferences is much greater than in virtually any other market. I mean, for many, many markets where the products are commodities or physical or tangible, consumer preferences and the rates of innovation, they're reasonably linear. Whereas in these markets, you can have quantum leaps in technology and quantum leaps in the way that people's attention is competed for. And that does have significant effects on the analysis at multiple levels. One, of course, is on the question of market power, because market power has to be something which is not transient, but has some sort of semi-permanence or stability. The other, of course, goes to the question of procedures. And for example, it seems to me in these markets that the need for interim measures by the public authorities and the courts is much, much greater than in the context of other markets. So the speed of change has significant implications in terms of substance and in terms of procedure. Now, just to unpack the different components then of abuse and how digital markets can affect the analysis. So if we start with the questions of market definition and dominance, I mean, again, there are some pretty significant complexities in digital markets and platform markets that one does not see or see to the same extent in other markets. I mean, one significant complication in the context of market definition is that where you have a two-sided or multi-sided market, the demands between these two related groups, they may be interrelated. So to take the search engine example, on one side of the market, we have you and me as consumers, and on the other side of the market, we have the advertisers. Now, from a consumer perspective, if we can get high quality free search results without too much advertising, we will be very happy. From the advertiser's point of view, the more ads they can sell, the better. And then from the search engine's point of view, what they need to do is to essentially balance the interests of consumers in receiving relevant and useful results, and if relevant, product ads, against being bombarded with so many ads that the search engine ceases to be a useful and pleasurable experience. So you have interrelated demands between two groups. And in terms of market definition, I mean, where you have interrelated demands across two distinct customer groups, intermediated by the platform owner, some very, very complex questions of substitution and the boundaries of these markets arise. So that's one obvious problem. I mean, in a traditional case, one is normally looking at one market, one identifiable customer group, and not typically interrelated demands. The second issue in these multi-sided platform markets is that on one side, in most market definition cases and most market power cases, conceptually you've got quite a straightforward question, which is if I increase the price of this product by say 5 to 10%. On a semi-permanent basis, what would be the impact in terms of substitution? And the basic question is, would the price increase be profitable in the sense that the amount of customers I would lose would be less than the profit margin I would make from the price increase? So it's that, you know, at least conceptually, that's a fairly straightforward question. But in these platform cases, you have two sets of participants in the market. You may have more if it's multi-sided as opposed to two-sided. And on one side, you will have users who pay zero or even a negative price. And on the other side, you will have participants who are being charged potentially an excessive price. And if we go back to the search engine example, the search services to us as consumers are free, and the advertisers, by contrast, are being charged a lot of money so that they can place their ads on the search engine platform. So that is a significant complication, because you have a zero price on the one side and then a substantial price on the other side, and there's an interrelationship between the two groups. Now, the other problem is that, I mean, traditionally, as you know, market definition is conducted on the basis of what is the reaction to a price increase. And if the price increase would be profitable, then in general, the market is confined to the product in question. If there would be enough substitution as a result of the price increase, then the market is probably broader. But in many of these platform markets, I mean, if we go back again to my search engine example, it's not really about price at all, certainly on the user side. It's more about quality. What is the speed of the search engine results, and what is the quality of those results? So you have markets where the main parameter of competition is not really price, but is non-price considerations, and in particular quality. And you then get into quite difficult questions as to how you, I mean, it's easy to measure price, and it's easy to measure the reaction to a price in terms of substitution. It's simply volume on the one hand, and price and profitability on the other. Whereas when one is looking at a metric which is simply quality, trying to come up with a sort of universal measure of quality and a measure for a relative reduction in quality is very, very difficult. And so in the context of market definition and pricing, we've got something called the SNP test, as many of you know. In the context of measurement of quality, there is something called the SSNDQ, which is essentially the quality-based metric for the SNP test. But there is a lot of controversy as to how useful this is. So at the very least, there was a lot more uncertainty as to how to measure quality in the context of these platforms compared to traditional cases on pricing. The third point is one we picked up on a bit earlier. I mean, because of the rate of change in these markets, even a large market share may be transitory, and therefore not very indicative of market power. You know, traditionally, in most cases, if you have a large market share, a significant gap compared to the next closest rival, and the market share is stable, then that's a good indicator of dominance. Whereas in platform markets, a large market share at a point in time may or may not tell you very much. Second, I mean, a large market share may not be particularly relevant if there is multi-homing. So to go back to my search engine example, if Google has a large market share in its search engine, that may not matter very much if in addition enough consumers in parallel use Bing, Yahoo, or whatever. So the issue of multi-homing may be a contraindication in terms of the normal assumptions one would draw from market shares. There is also a question of lock-in, which arises in the context of these ecosystems. So in principle, in many of these markets, switching seems quite easy. I mean, if I want to switch from Google to Bing, I just type in the address and so on. But in most cases, I mean, particularly where the device on which I am using the digital platform or participating in the ecosystem, where there is a smartphone device, it also means that in switching, I not only have to change a website link, but I may also need to replace my device. I may also need to switch or port content, you know, my music and so on, so that although the direct cost of switching is zero, the indirect cost of switching in terms of having to replicate my content or change my content and change devices may be very, very substantial indeed. You know, which is why, for example, we get people who are very, very tied to the Apple ecosystem or to the Android ecosystem or whatever. So the switching costs may be different to other cases. And finally, on the question of dominance, as we identified at the outset, because of the scale and scope economies and the question of network effects and the tendency of these markets towards a small number of platforms, the real competition may not be within the market once somebody has switched, but it may be competition for the market. So what we're really concerned about is inter-platform competition, rather than sort of trying to figure out once somebody has joined a particular platform, what is the likelihood of them switching? So that I think is a slightly different analysis as well. Now, just to sort of develop in a bit more detail the question of how to measure quality. So as I said, in the context of most markets, the traditional analysis of market definition is based on, if I increase the price by 5 to 10%, what is the impact in terms of switching, in terms of loss of customers and the effect on profitability and so on. And by contrast, where one is looking at switching platforms, it's really all about quality. And I mean, it is worth looking at the Google Android decision. I mean, it's the first decision I'm aware of, certainly at the European level, which applies this significant non-transitory decrease in quality test, this SNDQ test, to a platform market. So it is interesting in that case to see how the Commission has applied it, and it does apply the test to reach various sort of positive conclusions. So it is something which I think can be applied, but there's no doubt, because it's not measuring a price increase effect or a change in volume effect, that it is inherently less precise and therefore more difficult to apply. And again, just to flesh out this concept of competition for the market. So in Google Android, the Google AdSense case and the Google Shopping cases, these are the three Google cases recently adopted by the Commission. And I think Google Android in particular is very interesting, because what it looks at in that case is to what extent competition for the market or competition between different ecosystems could be a constraint on market power. And if you look at Google Android, so the conclusion reached in that case was essentially that when one looks at mobile operating systems, the iOS system was not a sufficient constraint on Google's Android system. And if you look at the factors the Commission analyzed in that case, so they said, first of all, the choice of operating system was only one of a large number of factors considered by users when they purchased their smartphone device or their pad. There was then the question of switching costs, which we touched upon briefly before, which is that it wasn't simply a question of upgrading your phone. There was also the issue of all of the content or apps that one had acquired within one ecosystem could not be easily switched, or in fact switched at all in many cases, to the other ecosystem. So as many of you will know, there are some apps which are either only available on Android or Apple, or which work less well on Android or Apple. So the switching costs were a very real consideration. There was then the question of brand loyalty. So as many of you will know, Apple is regarded by some people as a almost like cult-like product. And having the latest Apple device is a certain cachet associated with that, which makes Apple consumers very, very brand loyal, and likewise for some Android consumers. And there was also a question of, well, in circumstances where most people had already signed up to either Android or iOS, were there really enough new users coming to the market who would allow switching in sufficient volumes to offset market power? So it is interesting. It's the first case I'm aware of which looks at competition between ecosystems, and it is interesting to see the factors the Commission attaches importance to in finding that ultimately Android was not constrained by Apple in terms of competition for the market. Now, quickly then moving on to the question of abuse. And I know from the questions that were posed to Raphael that the whole concept of self-preferencing is something which is interesting to many of you. And in fact, Valerie has already given me, I think, 2 theses that are focusing just on the question of self-preferencing. So this seems to be a hot topic within this group. So I mean, let's sort of try and tease out some of this. I mean, it's a complicated issue, and there's only so much we can say in the next 20 minutes. But let's try and at least sketch out some of the basic principles. Now, I mean, what this is really about, at least in its clearest manifestation, is to what extent does a dominant platform owner have a legal duty to give access to what I would call competing, or at least standalone, vertical rivals. So just to sort of put this in more sort of concrete terms, so if we go back to Google Shopping, so the issue in Google Shopping was that in the blue links for the search results, if I searched for a product, I could get access to a range of different results. Some of those results might include a price comparison website. And by contrast, at the top of the page, Google displayed a series of effectively product ads under something called the shopping units or the product universals. And these were given a preferential placement in the search results. And at least until the Commission intervened, the price comparison websites did not appear in the Google shopping units or product universals at the top. So, so the price comparison websites, they did appear in the Google search results, albeit in an inferior position. So there was no question that they had access. The difficulty was that they did not appear at the top of the page in the product ad results which had attractive pictures and other features, which made them more interesting for consumers. So the basic question, I mean, and look, you can replicate this across Google Maps, weather, news, any form of vertical. I mean, the price comparison is simply one example. And so the basic question is, if I am dominant, what obligation, if any, do I have to show competing verticals in the same way as my own integrated products or associated products? Now, in legal terms, one could in principle approach this in a number of different ways. So the strictest standard is to say, this is fundamentally a question of access. And it is clear under Article 102 that the circumstances under which one can be compelled to give access to a facility to a competitor are very, very strict. So we have these broader conditions which are very, very strict. You have to show that access is indispensable and that the absence of access would lead to the elimination of effective competition. So this is a very high standard. Now you can see straight away, if that is a standard, then no one's going to get access. So that would have significant consequences, because if broader is the framework, then if you take my price comparison shopping example, they do appear in the results. It's just they appear lower down the page in a less attractive format. So it's not the case that they're being excluded from the market. It's that the means of access they're being given is less advantageous than the way in which Google displays its own search results. So if the test is broader, then none of these platforms have any duty to give access. Then at the other extreme, you have essentially a very, very strict non-discrimination principle, which is, if I am dominant and there are competing verticals, I essentially have an obligation to apply fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory terms to both my own operations or verticals and competing verticals. So that actually becomes a relatively strict obligation, which is that I must treat associated and non-associated verticals in a way that is non-discriminatory. And then, of course, you have various possibilities in between. And one possibility, which Raphael touched upon, which is, well, if there is a sufficient adverse effect on competition, then there may be a duty to carry a competing vertical, or equivalently not to engage in self-preferencing. So it all depends on the effect on the market in an individual case. Now, I think as many of you know, where the Commission in Google Shopping and the court, by and large, came out, was in favor of a reasonably strict principle of non-discrimination, and therefore a reasonably strict prohibition on self-preferencing. Now, one complication which is caused by the General Court's judgment in Google Shopping, and I don't know why they did this, but they did. So the Commission decision in Google Shopping did not analyze the issue of self-preferencing or non-discrimination in terms of broader and essential facilities at all. The way the Commission approached this was to say, well, there is a long-standing concept which goes back to the 1980s of leveraging into a downstream market. Leveraging is in effect a form of self-preferencing. So what they did is they used an older concept of vertical discrimination to say that there are certain obligations on a dominant firm not to favor its own downstream operations over a competing downstream operation. And they said that in a modern platform context, that is the sort of intellectual or legal basis for a prohibition on self-preferencing. So it was not expressed in terms of Bronner or essential facilities at all. Now, for reasons I don't understand, I mean, it remains to be seen whether this is ultimately a problem. The General Court in Google Shopping said, well, we think there is a principle of strict non-discrimination. We think that self-preferencing may well be an abuse in its own right. But one of the confusions which has been caused by the judgment is that they do go on to say, well, we think had the Commission wanted to, it could also have applied Bronner and essential facility principles to the Google Shopping case. And I mean, it is very odd in the context of an appeal against a decision which does not really address Bronner for the court to say, well, we think Bronner could have been part of the analysis. I mean, it's not clear why the court did that. And there is, I think, an open question as to whether the General Court in Google Shopping has endorsed a truly standalone concept of self-preferencing and strict non-discrimination, or whether it is in some way related to some of the principles which one sees in the broader line of case law. Now, my own view is that the court was clear enough that the concept of self-preferencing is something distinct, and it does link that with the concept of leveraging in some of the older case law. But I think there is some uncertainty caused by the fact that the court engaged in an analysis of Bronner that it simply did not need to engage in at all. So I think this has caused some confusion, and I think will lead to some difficulties going forward, or will lead to some further disputes in the case law. So, the upshot of that is that I think it is sufficiently clear under Article 102 that there is a concept of abusive self-preferencing or vertical discrimination, subject to the comments I made on what the court said about Bronner. I mean, a more difficult question, which Raphael touched upon to some extent, is, well, to what extent, if at all, does one need to have regard to the effects of a breach of non-discrimination, or is it sufficient that there is self-preferencing and one can effectively infer a series of effects from the mere fact of self-preferencing. Now, in Google Shopping, the way the Commission analyzed this was to say, well, we can see from the development of market shares of the price comparison websites once the different forms of self-preferencing were introduced by Google, that it had a significant adverse effect in the various national markets on these competing price comparison websites. But as Raphael says, I mean, that is certainly harm to Google's competitors, but to what extent it is harm to competition and consumers, I think is maybe less clear. So the most the court was willing to say, and in a sense this must be true, is they say, well, if as a matter of principle, competing price comparison websites could not appear in the Google shopping units or product universes at the top, then there was at least the potential that consumers were not shown the most relevant and interesting offers, and therefore that they were not necessarily shown the lowest prices. So the way this seems to be approached is that essentially, if you have discrimination against a category of verticals, the consequence of that, or at least its tendency, will be that consumers are deprived effectively of transparency in terms of the availability of different prices and different offers. But of course, I mean, that rather assumes the outcome of a comparison between the Google search results and what the price comparison websites could do. And what's been interesting, following Google Shopping, Google had to put in place essentially an auction mechanism whereby the price comparison websites could for the first time bid for inclusion in the shopping unit results at the top. And one of the complaints for many, many years was that Google, notwithstanding the auction mechanism, kept on winning the auction, with the result that price comparison websites rarely appeared in the product search results at the top of the page. Now, let's kind of put to one side whether that is true or not. But what I think it exposes the point that Raphael picked up on earlier, which is, I mean, these cases should all be about the effect of self-preferencing on competition. And it shouldn't be assumed from the mere fact of self-preferencing or discrimination that there is an effect on competition. And on one view, the results of the remedy in Google Shopping, whereby Google on a significant scale still continued to win, maybe suggest that the effect on competition in that case was not as clear as the Commission seemed to think, or at least that's maybe the question. So I think we are very much in early days in terms of what is the concept of self-preferencing, and in particular, to what extent one needs to demonstrate an effect on competition and how one would go about demonstrating the effect on competition. And I think that this concept will be developed across many cases and decisions in years to come. Now, a couple of final points before we wrap up, because I want to leave some time for questions as well. I mean, a very difficult question in my view in the context of these platforms is what happens if the platform improves its offering, but that improvement has a significant adverse effect on competitors. Now, just to sort of put this in more concrete terms, so many of you will know the Google Maps product today, but in fact, when Google started out, it did not have its own mapping product, and it typically licensed mapping products from standalone mapping providers. And interestingly, at one stage, at least in the UK, Google basically left it to the consumers to choose which of the mapping providers it wanted to use. So if you put in a search query for a restaurant in London, you could then choose different mapping providers to display the result for you. So the user was effectively in charge. Then, of course, Google Maps was developed very successfully, and the obvious and pretty immediate effect was that all the standalone mapping providers were finished, because in circumstances where you were automatically presented with a Google Maps search result and you had to look pretty long and hard to find an alternative mapping product, unsurprisingly, most consumers thought, well, this map is fine, it's useful, and I'll just stick with the Google map. And so you've got a situation where you've a positive effect on competition in the sense that a new product that is innovative and beneficial to consumers has been developed. So in this case, the Google map. But on the other hand, all of the existing standalone mapping providers, because of the preference given to Google Maps within the search results, they basically go out of business or become marginalized. And there's then a difficult legal question. Well, how does one analyze that situation? Because you've a positive effect on competition and a clearly negative effect on competition. And I mean, it's been interesting. I mean, this is all still evolving, but a number of different approaches have been taken in different jurisdictions and at the EU and national level. Now, there is a German case called Verband, which is about mapping verticals. And that seems to suggest that where the platform develops a new vertical offering, and it is a significant product improvement, then that is presumptively legal. Because if you're complaining about a product improvement, in a sense, you're complaining about innovation and competition. And they say, well, the effect of a product improvement on inferior products, that is the essence of competition, and therefore cannot be an abuse. So that is one approach. Now, the other approach is one taken in an English case called Street Map and Google. And I mean, that essentially is the approach advocated by Raphael, which is, well, it all depends on the effect of the product change on competition. And in that case, what the court did was they accepted that the development of Google Maps was in principle capable of excluding Street Map, and therefore in principle there could be an anti-competitive effect. But they found on the facts that the Google Maps introduction was objectively justified, because if Google had to display competing mapping results simultaneously with Google Maps, it would introduce a latency or delay in the search results that they thought would undermine Google's product. So they found on balance it was objectively justified. Whereas, I mean, one can, I think, on one view, read Google Shopping as saying, once there is, well, even if there is a product improvement, the potential effect on competition of the exclusion of a whole category of vertical competitors by virtue of the self-preferencing certainly gives rise to a prima facie presumption that there is an effect on competition, and it then essentially falls to the dominant firm to try and, on a proportionate objective justification basis, justify its conduct. But I mean, I do think, I mean, it is interesting that even within Europe, so we have a German case, an English case, and a Commission case that actually take quite different approaches to the same basic question. And in fact, I mean, all these cases happened to concern Google. There were different verticals. One was weather, one was mapping, one was shopping. But at least, I mean, conceptually, the approach in the three different jurisdictions is actually quite different. So I think this is very much a developing area of the law, where I think the legal framework remains very much up for grabs in terms of what is the correct analytical approach. And the fundamental question of whether and to what extent one needs an effect on competition, that also remains, I think, somewhat unclear. And I think there are very, very interesting questions of objective justification and proportionality as to how does a court trade off the positive effects on competition, the harmful effects on rivals, and in a sense, if the dominant firm is to remedy the self-preferencing and to give some form of parity or equal treatment to its competitors, and that causes some reduction in innovation in the sense that it causes a delay in the latency of the search results, or makes the presentation more complicated, or means that some consumers end up being offered choices that they don't really want. How is the court to trade off in terms of objective justification and proportionality these very, very difficult things? And these seem to me, I mean, each one of these questions seems to me a very, very difficult question. And the problem is that, you know, the simplistic view that self-preferencing is either in principle a problem or is never a problem if there is some product improvement. And I mean, they must both be wrong. They are two extremes of the argument, and I think they're both wrong. But if one is somewhere in the middle of, well, it all depends, then I think the question of at what point does the effect of a product improvement become so significant in terms of the impact on competitors that you effectively introduce some proportionality requirement whereby the dominant platform must accommodate the competing verticals in some reasonable proportionate manner. That seems to me a very, very difficult question. And, you know, it often ends up, I mean, particularly in the context of litigation in courts, which is inter partes, it often involves the court making quite difficult policy and value choices as to how competition should function and how products should be designed. Because if you look at a case like Street Map, I mean, what the case ultimately came down to was when a consumer was presented with mapping results, what was it better that they would have a simultaneous choice of lots of different mapping providers or a single set of search results from Google? And that is ultimately a question of product design and which product design on balance is considered most beneficial or least harmful to consumers. I think there are legitimate questions as to how well equipped certainly generalist courts are to make such complex questions of product design, value judgments on product improvement, and proportionality assessments as to how far a firm should be required to redesign its product offering. Now, I don't pretend I've got the answers to all or indeed any of these questions. I think they're very, very difficult questions, but I mean, essentially going forward, these seem to me the fundamental questions that need to be grappled with in the context of an analysis of self-preferencing or discrimination in the context of digital platforms. Now, one thing before I wrap up, because I want to leave a few minutes for questions. Of course, in parallel, a lot of this will be profoundly affected by the existence of ex-ante regulation, because if under the Digital Markets Act and national legislation, there will be general obligations on gatekeepers or dominant platform operators to put in place various measures to avoid self-preferencing and to promote respect for non-discrimination principles. I suspect in practice, these kinds of problems will crop up somewhat less. But one issue, of course, is that the regulatory measures, because they are not effects-based, will be quite blunt instruments in terms of having a whole series of must-carry obligations. And I think there's an interesting question. If one, through the application of regulation, more or less writes the question of effects out of consideration in individual cases, do we end up with a situation whereby the balance between product improvement and protecting competitors is skewed? I mean, in other words, is regulation a sufficiently nuanced instrument for balancing these two quite complex and fact-dependent debates between the issues of product improvement and the issues of allowing vertical competitors to compete with integrated digital platforms. Okay, so it's 6:05, but I'm happy to stay on for a few more minutes if there are questions, but I was going to leave it at that for now.
I do have two questions, one concerning market definition and one concerning multi-homing. So for market definition, most cases we had up till now was multi-sided platforms. And in the Google case, they said that the one market was online general search services and the other online comparison shopping services. Yes. Now, if we're starting to look at the emergence of ecosystems, then you have like a multitude of 15 to 20 markets or something like that. Isn't market definition then being conducted too narrowly because it doesn't take into account cross-subsidization and network effects and the general market dynamics? And the second question being on multi-homing, you said on your slide larger market shares are irrelevant if multi-homing takes place. In the context of platform competition, I would agree with that. But considering ecosystem competition, you would have intra and inter-ecosystem competition. And for the intra-ecosystem competition, the one undertaking would still be dominant, even though if multi-homing is taking place within that ecosystem. So to come back to what you said, that larger market shares would be irrelevant if there is multi-homing, is that then only correct for platform markets, but not for ecosystems?
Yeah, okay, two good questions. I mean, on the first question, I think my own view is, if one looks, for example, at Amazon, what's very interesting about most of these platforms is that the way they're expanding, it's much more to create scale than scope, in the sense that they now within the ecosystem. If you look at Amazon, the sheer amount of products which, for example, fall under the Prime umbrella is growing all the time, and more recently into streaming and things like that. So there's no doubt that the way the platforms, I think, view the question of integration into a much broader scale and scope of activities is that these are ways of both attracting the attention of new people and also preventing standalone competitors who may be able to compete to get people interested in one activity, but not lots of activities. So in my view, in general, I suspect that comes in more at the stage of dominance than it does at the stage of market definition. Because I can see how, for example, so I can see at the stage of dominance, the question of scale and scope, it may be more relevant in the sense that if you have someone like Amazon that is integrated across 57 different activities, the scope for a standalone provider to, in an individual area, to offset market power is probably much, much less. So in other words, the fact that they have scale in unrelated activities may be a further reason why the barriers to entry within the market are more acute. But I can see how it plays into both, but I think it may well be a more powerful factor in the context of dominance than it is in the context of market definition. Now, the other point, which I don't know if this has been touched upon by anyone to date, part of the debate on platforms has been accompanied by a debate whereby the historic approach to market definition, where you're looking at the SNP test, and in fact, the whole basic approach of defining markets at all is very unsatisfactory in the context of where one is really looking at what are the effects of conduct and working back. And there is a big backlash at the moment against the sort of traditional approach of starting with the market, doing the SNP test, looking at narrow questions of substitution, and trying to pigeonhole markets into kind of different sort of buckets. And this, I think, has been driven a lot by the platforms. And I think, the basic dynamic is that it is felt rightly or wrongly that the whole pigeonhole approach in market definition is very, very helpful to defendants and create significant obstacles for public authorities and plaintiffs trying to bring these kinds of cases. So you know, in a way, if one looks at a case like Google Android, whereby both in terms of market definition and dominance, they look at ecosystem to ecosystem competition on actually quite a generalized basis that is not rigidly constructed within what we would normally understand as market definition and dominance. And, you know, so the question of brand loyalty, for example, became a more general question. The question of switching, I mean, for example, this barrier that switching apps between ecosystems and switching content is a pain in the neck. The assessment actually became much more generalized than one would expect in the context of traditional market definition. So, I mean, I think what we're seeing both in terms of market definition and dominance is the types of assessments being conducted. I think they will be much more integrated and more focused on what is the nature of the digital platform and what are the sort of practical barriers for consumers and competitors, and maybe less rooted in what I would call a traditional kind of box ticky approach of, well, let's work out the market, let's work out the market shares. I think it is a different kind of assessment. And I think by and large, it's a different kind of assessment that is necessary, because I think until one begins to get an understanding of what it means to be an ecosystem and what scale and scope and network effects mean, I think one is really missing the main event. And there is a risk that when you focus on things like the SNP test and market shares and relative market shares, that you don't really you're not beginning to grapple with what are the real issues in terms of market power across platforms and ecosystems.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Robert. I don't know if there are any other questions. No? Okay, well, then I think that everyone needs to go on weekend. So this was it for Module 6. Thank you again, Robert. It's a true honor to have you every year. We'll do our best and get in touch for next year to do it in class if we can, of course. And please come to the graduation ceremony as well in October. It will be very nice for you to meet the professor and the students in person, that can, of course, the ones that can come. Anyway, next week we'll start with Module 7 on state aid, and have a nice weekend instead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Robert. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.